Welcome to the 2021 Women's Storytelling Festival. My name is Andrea Young, and I'll be your MC this Sunday afternoon, technically, for those of you here on the East Coast. I'm super delighted to be part of day 3 with you, and we'll be together for the next hour, 2 hours and 15 minutes. And we have a great lineup of 7 wonderful storytellers with you today. And there's always so much love in their storytelling. So show their love, clap loud, make notes, and enjoy today's sessions. Now, before I get started, I'd like to share a few notes. Please say thank you to the City of Fairfax, the National Storytelling Network, and the 6 Feet Apart Productions for their partnerships with us. And when you get an opportunity, please check out the website and check out and learn more about the storytellers, the MCs, and the festival itself. If you don't have a chance to watch everything today, you can also watch these videos for the next 2 weeks as a ticket holder. So thank you so much for supporting our program. And if you are on social media, please use the hashtag Better Said Than Done or Women's Story Fest. And if you have some friends and family members who haven't bought their tickets yet, they still have until Monday night at 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time to buy their tickets and watch the stories. So without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and introduce our first storyteller today. It is Kim Weitkamp, and you can find Kim who's been written plays and skits and sharing stories that have exasperated her parents while thrilling her high school teacher. And the results of these influences show up in her work from time to time again, and you can learn more about her at kimweitkamp.com. Please raise your hands and clap for Kim, and please welcome her to the stage.
Hey, and good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us. So I was on the road, obviously pre-COVID, and this was actually 3-4 years ago. And I had a bunch of gigs out at Virginia Beach, which was perfect because my friend Norris and my friends April and Dave lived there. And so I thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go out, do those gigs, have a little downtime in Virginia Beach, and then hop to the next gig. Perfect situation. Well, I was really stoked, and I showed up, and I had 2 days of shows, and then I had a day off. April and David, where I was staying at their house, they had to work. And so I had a plan. There's a little stretch of beach way at the tip of the Virginia Beach shoreline that is pretty much barren. We've been there a couple times with April and David. They know all the perfect spots because they're locals. And just about every time that we'd been there, there was nobody on the beach. There's a small apartment complex nearby, but it was a weekday, so I knew that I probably had a good chance of complete solitude, a day to myself on the beach. It was one of those perfect days where in the sun it was warm, but there was a cool breeze blowing because we're just coming out of spring. That's my favorite time to go to the beach. As you can tell, I am very fair-skinned. And so I do not tan. I turn bright red and then freckle. I let the tanning go to the women who prefer to look like my father's old leather belt in their old age. I try to protect myself because it can be dangerous for me to be in the direct sun. So I did my beach regimen, which included completely slathering down my body with high potency sunscreen. I put on a large hat that looked like a tortilla meant a UFO. It literally came out shorter width to shade the surrounding area around me. And I wore my muumuu. I love a good cotton t-shirt muumuu, whether it be a tank top or a cap sleeve. I love to just have it flow over me, and it feels like I'm walking around naked, even though I am not. So once I was totally covered in my sunscreen, had on my huge hat, my muumuu, and my sandals, I got my bag ready, and it was simple: water, grapes, beef jerky, book. That's all I really need to survive in life. It's like my favorite things. And so I head out. I threw a lawn chair into the back, put the bag on the seat beside me, held the hat down while I got into the car, and then let it pop back up. And I thought, I am so excited. I put on my big sunglasses and I headed out. It's about a 20-minute drive from their house. And I was so pumped as I pulled into the parking lot. I saw, so let me explain. When you pull into the parking lot, there's 1, 2, 3 areas that you can park. And then if you park on the furthest area, you are really close to the beach. Like you can sit there and look out at the seagrasses and then even see just the tip line of the beach. And as I pulled into the parking lot, my windows were cracked and I could hear that roar of the ocean, the earth's clock. I just love it. And I saw that at the far end of the parking lot where I had planned on parking, there was one vehicle. And I thought, well, that's fine, no big deal. So I slid in one space over from it. And I kind of looked over and I saw that there was a man in the front seat. Well, I stopped my car, turned off the car, and I kind of fiddled with my bag, just thinking through things and deciding, should I get out of the car because he's here alone and I'm here alone and there wasn't another living soul, not another car in the whole parking lot. So I decided to act like I was busy doing something in my bag so I could get a better look and assess the situation. It was an old truck. The wheel wells were rusty with rotted holes from the sea salt, so he was obviously a local. In the front seat, there was the man. And he was leaned over his steering wheel, staring straight out at the ocean. And when I really took a good look at him, I could literally palpably feel the tension coming from him. Anger. And I thought to myself, should I get out of this car? My eyes traveled from his face to the back of his truck. And I could see the wooden handles of things sticking up. And I knew because of crime podcasts that they were shovels and that probably underneath those shovels there was duct tape. And underneath that duct tape was trash bags. And that I was getting ready to walk into what would be a late night Dateline news piece. So I thought to myself, what can I do? I pulled out my phone and fiddled with it while I kind of stared at the steering wheel and made it look like I was doing something. And I took one more glance up and he had not even looked over at me one time. He was still leaned forward, insanely focused forward on that ocean. As I fiddled with my phone, I thought, okay, I drove out here. I have one day off. I'm not giving this up. Your imagination is running away with you. Pull it together. And as I was having that conversation with myself, a voice. Now, let me explain this, and you can call it whatever you call it, but the voice of the universe that resides in all of us that we usually hear when we are doing something we shouldn't or trying to make a decision that we should or shouldn't, it is a very clear voice. I heard it as if that voice was right here. I heard it clear as a bell. Talk to him. Are you serious? There is no way that I'm going to talk to him. I kept looking at my phone. My hands began to sweat. Talk to him. That is insane. Did you not see what is in the back of that pickup truck? I'm nervous about even getting out of the car because I don't know this situation. The guy looks extremely, extremely ticked off and intense. And I heard the voice again. Talk to him. No way. There's no way that I'm going to talk to him, but I'll tell you what I will do. I'm going to get my bag in my chair and I'm going to act like I'm talking on my phone so that as I walk, which happens to be almost right in front of his truck to the beach to where that long planked walkway is before you step into the sand, as I walk, he'll see that I'm talking. So if he's up to something, he'll know that my cell phone has pinged towers and that someone probably knows I'm there. So that if he tries anything, he will be found out. And I'm going to make sure that he sees that so that he doesn't try anything. That's what I'll do. So I got my bag, threw it over my shoulder, took the phone, put it in the crook of between my shoulder and my head, got out of the car, trying to keep my hat from popping off, reached into the back, got the lawn chair and walked through the parking lot, juggling everything and making sure that he saw that I was talking very loudly and animated to absolutely nobody. When my foot hit the wood plank of the walkway, I relaxed a little bit. He hadn't gotten out of his car. I hadn't been chased. And as I took and put the phone down and dropped it into my bag, I heard the voice again. Talk to him. As I walked to the end of that planked walkway, I thought to myself, there is no way I made it to the beach. There's no way that I'm going to talk to him. It's not going to happen. So I took a step onto the sand, and I made my way to where the waves were darkening the dry sand. And I made a spot about 4 or 5 feet back, so I knew I'd have some time as the waves were coming and going to kind of settle in. I dropped my chair, opened it up, sat down, my bag beside me, straightened my hat, leaned back, and I was like, yes, this is good. This is real good. I pulled out my book and put it in my lap. I pushed it down so that the spine would crack and lay flat. 1,000 librarians turned in their graves. I took a sip of water, popped a few grapes, and looked down at my book. I couldn't concentrate. So I looked out at the ocean. Oh, and I became so philosophical. It seems like we as humans, when we stand at the bottom of a huge mountain or of an endless sea or under a night sky, we suddenly become very philosophical. And as I was having all of these deep thoughts, that stinking voice came back to me, irritating me so bad. Talk to him. So clear that I could almost feel the hair at my ear move from the breath of that voice. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make a deal, because that's what we do. We make deals with the universe, right? I said, if he's still there when I go back, I'll talk to him. Okay? Is that good? Did you hear me? I'll talk to him if he's there when I go back. I looked down at my book and I started to read. You know, at night when you try and read and you're sleepy and you keep going back to the beginning of the last paragraph because you can't quite concentrate because you're sleepy, and then you fall asleep, and the next day you have to start back right where you were the night before because you just didn't get anything done. That's exactly what began to happen. No matter how hard I tried to push my concentration towards that book and read what was there, it would not come. I could not get through it. This struggle went on for about 20 minutes, and I thought, fine, I'm done. I can't concentrate. I'm irritated. I'm just going to leave. I'm going to go somewhere, get a nice cold smoothie or something, go back to their house, sit in their backyard, because I'm irritated. So I slammed the book shut, dropped it into my bag, turned around to fold my chair up. And there he was, standing on the very end of that long plank dock. He had his hood up, his hands in his hood pockets. There was a good breeze blowing. He had his legs parted, and he was staring right out at the sea. He was tall, and I could still feel the ripples of intensity coming off of him. I could feel it. And I thought, man, I made a deal. I said I would do it. So I have to do it. I put the bag on my shoulder, grabbed the chair, made sure my hat was on tight, and began to trudge through the sand. I feel like walking through sand gives your feet an idea of how your teeth feel when you get Novocaine at the dentist. As I made my way over to the dock, I stopped in front of him and I said, hi. And he looked down and he said, hello, ma'am. And I said, how are you? He said, I'm good. And he continued to look out at the ocean. He gave me one nod and then looked back up. And he said, I'm fine. And I said, no, how are you? This time he looked at me, his brow wrinkled from the interruption. And he said, I'm fine, ma'am. Thank you very much. And I said, okay. And I walked around the side of the dock, took a few steps and stepped up onto it. And I thought, well, I did what I said I would do. I talked to him. He's not interested in any kind of conversation, obviously. And as I walked back the wooden plank dock, I was just about to the end when I heard the voice. And it said, it'll pass. So I turned around and I said, hey. And he turned around and he looked at me, his head cocked. And I said, it'll pass. And he said, excuse me? And I said, it'll pass. Whatever it is you're dealing with, whatever's happening, it's temporary. It's temporary. It doesn't feel like it, but it is. It'll pass. I feel like I'm supposed to tell you that. This time I turned around and walked away, and he was still looking at me. I got to the car, threw everything in the back, got in the front seat, locked the door, and man, my heart was pounding. The same swoosh that I heard from the ocean was pounding in my ears. It was my heart, partly from walking through the sand because it is a workout, partly because I was petrified, partly from relief because I was still alive. He had not killed me. And then I felt like I wasn't done. So irritating. The reluctant human said. And I thought, I'm going to put my card, my storytelling business card, in his window because I feel like I'm supposed to. So I reached back, pulled my big bag forward, it thunked down. I reached through everything, got my wallet, pulled out a business card, got out of the car, went over, stuck it in his truck window on the driver's side, got back in my car, didn't lock the door. And I was like, okay, there it is. I knew that was it. Like I felt a relief. Just like, I can't explain it, like a little childlike joy inside, just a little flicker of a flame, I just knew that I was done. And I went to April and David's and I had a drink and I sat in the backyard. And that night we had seafood and they're phenomenal cooks. And I had so much fun. And I told them the story about this guy. We kind of laughed about it. We kind of wowed about it. Like, oh, wow. That's how, I can see your hesitation. And then, we kind of laughed at some of my, ridiculous behavior and, and then it was forgotten. And I left the next day and I did some gigs and then I settled back at home. And I was home for a couple weeks when my phone rang. And it was a Virginia Beach number. And I knew it was him. I answered the phone and I said, hello. And he said, hey, is this the lady from the beach? And I said, yes. And I said, is this the guy that I talked to that was on the dock? And he said, yeah. And I said, how are you? He said, I'm doing okay. And I said, well, my name's Kim. I said, we never exchanged names. And he said, my name is Quest. I couldn't write that one in there, man. I'm telling you what. And I said, Quest. He said, Quest, not his given name, but the name by which he goes by with everybody. Well, we had a talk. And it ends up that morning, he had found out that his wife had been cheating on him. And that his beautiful baby boy, who was just a few months old, probably wasn't his. And he said, I wanted to die. He said, I pulled into that parking lot, staring at that ocean, thinking, how do you do it? Do you just walk in until you can't breathe anymore? Do you walk in? Do you fight? Do you walk in until you're pulled out? And he said, that was my intention that morning. And he said, as I sat in that truck, staring at that ocean that I thought was getting ready to swallow me up and all my pain with it, he said, I said, God, if you're real and you want me to stick around through this, you need to tell me. And he said, then you walked up to the dock. And as you were leaving, you were like, it'll pass. And he said, I stood there thinking about that. And he said, I really thought about it. A permanent solution to a temporary problem? He said, I stood there watching you leave, and then I turned around and I was like, is that it? Is that you talking? Is that for me? And he said, I felt like it was. So I left, called my pastor, who I hadn't seen in a couple of years, went over, bawled my eyes out, got everything out that I could, and then handled the problem like a man. He said, thank you. I said, you're welcome. I said, I'm coming back to Virginia Beach soon. I said, you want to meet for a cup of coffee? I said, my daughter's going to be with me. I'd love for you to meet her. He said, that'd be great. Well, I went to Virginia Beach with my daughter, and we were sitting in the Starbucks. And in comes Quest. Hey, there she is, my angel. He came over and we hugged and we sat down and I introduced him to my daughter. And he's like, my son is my son. He said, I'm getting a divorce, but I've got a son. I got custody. He said, he's all mine. And I said, that's awesome. I said, but I need to correct you. I said, buddy, I am no angel. I said, I did not want to talk to you. I said, I mean, I heard, I bet at least 4 or 5 times, talk to him, talk to him. And I fought it every time. I said, I wanted you to leave. I said, I'm going to tell you, I'm not an angel. I am a reluctant human, an extremely reluctant human who almost walked away from you. And he said, it's okay. He said, I can understand that. I said, well, it goes further. I said, I was scared of you. I said, you were intense. I thought you were going to hurt me. And he said, it's okay. He said, I was scared of you too. I said, what? Why? And he said, have you seen yourself in that hat? And that is the story about my friend Quest, who I will put up on my social media today so you can say hi to him.
Oh my goodness, Kim, thank you so much. That was fantastic. And I was with you all of the way through and listening to that voice. And thank you for sharing your voice and making that connection, not letting go of that. It's amazing. And by telling that story again over and over, you're helping us be a part of that. So thank you. Next, I would love to introduce our next storyteller. Laura Deal tells traditional, original, and personal stories to children and adults. Her storytelling has taken her to stages from classrooms to festivals, and from the Grand Slam stage of Boulder's Truth Be Told to online virtual stages that have grown out of the strange days of 2020. For more about her storytelling, visit www.lauradeal.com, and please welcome Laura.
Thank you so much. Has anyone ever asked you to prostitute yourself? I'm not talking about art here. I'm talking about actual physical prostitution. It happened to me when I was 23. That summer, I was working an unpaid internship at Fort Laramie National Historic Site in Wyoming. You know the drill. You work 40 hours a week and they pay you $50 a week for food and give you a somewhat sketchy place to live. So I was doing it for a master's degree in history, which I hoped would lead to something really lucrative, which it didn't. But at least I was getting out from under my parents' roof where I had moved home after college to do this degree. And Fort Laramie at the time had a population of, well, it said it had a population of 250 people. I think that included the dogs. There were 4 streets going one way and 3 streets going the other. And all of the street signs were wood, and they had all weathered away to gray. You couldn't read any of the names of any of the streets. So when I went down to the post office to set up general delivery, because my parents loved to write letters, the woman asked me my local address, and I said, I can't tell you. I don't know what street I'm living on. And she said, well, where are you staying? I said, Hoffman's basement. And so she wrote Hoffman's basement on my official US Post Office form. So in a town like that, there's not a lot to do on the weekends. And I decided to save up some of that food money so that I could gas up my car and go home for one weekend. It was about 150 miles each way, most of it through very empty Wyoming land. And I'm on my way back. I have to fill up the tank for the second time on this trip. Now, this was no small matter because the car I was driving was a 1972 Plymouth Fury station wagon. It was 18 and a half feet long. It got about 10 miles to the gallon. And every 200 miles or so, I had to put in a quart of oil. I'm still atoning for the environmental crimes I committed driving that car. But I pull into the truck stop and I'm looking for a place where there's a family near one of the gas pumps, because a couple of years earlier, I had been traveling with my best friend and her car broke down in Iowa. And we stopped at a truck stop and this 60-year-old toothless trucker got it running for her and then grabbed her and kissed her for payment without asking permission. And I was 5 feet away and couldn't do anything. So, lesson learned, men in public tend to be safer in family groups. So I see a family and I pull in on the other side of that pump. And when I get out of the car, it's a typically windy Wyoming day. My hair was much longer then, and I pull it back into a messy ponytail. And I get the nozzle into the gas tank, and then the family drives away. And this older sedan pulls up on the other side. This young man gets out. He's also got long hair, and he pulls his hair back in a ponytail as well. And we make eye contact, but if I'm smiling, it's only about the shared ponytails. And then he says to me, "You look like Lois Lane." And I'm thinking, what does that even mean? I mean, it was 1984. The third Superman movie had come out the year before with Christopher Reeve, and Margot Kidder played Lois Lane in those movies, but I didn't really think I looked like Margot Kidder. And before I can figure out that he thinks he's Superman, he says to me, "I'll give you $9,000 to be your stoned sex slave for a week." Well, now I'm taking another look at this guy. I mean, if I had met him at a party and he'd used a different pickup line, I might have been interested. But I figure if he's got $9,000, it's because he also has a trunk load of marijuana. And it's 1984. The war on drugs makes that a very dangerous possibility. And besides, the creepometer has gone to about 11 because stoned sex slave? I mean, this guy doesn't seem like the kind of guy at the truck stop who's just going to grab me. I don't think Superman's going to leap over the gas pump in a single bound. But still, I mean, he seems like he's got that kind of stoner vibe, but I figure if I go anywhere with him, I'm going to end up on the side of the road somewhere, badly traumatized or dead. And besides, I have my unpaid internship to return to. And then I realize I haven't even answered him yet. All of this has taken just a few moments to go through my mind, but he's looking at me like I'm actually considering his proposition. And so I say, "No, thanks," but with a smile, because if he's got $9,000 in a trunk full of weed, maybe he's also got a gun. I just want this whole thing to be done. And so I grabbed the windshield washer stick, you know, the one that has the sponge and the squeegee on the end. And I go around to the other side of my car and I'm washing the windshield, and I'm taking my time because I'm going to make sure that he leaves first. I don't want him following me anywhere. And I'm washing the windshield. And I have this hot little fantasy about the money. I mean, $9,000. I could get a much better car. But as I'm washing the windshield, he finally gets in his car and drives off, taking my economic fantasy with him. And I watch as he turns the opposite direction of where I'm going. And then I start to laugh because I have just survived this very weird situation. And I'm embarrassed to tell you that it didn't even occur to me to be offended. I mean, it was far from the first or last time that some man assumed I was available for sex on his terms because I was a woman in his presence. But also I was, in a sick way, flattered. I mean, $9,000. Of course, I don't see it that way anymore. Now I look back on those days and I can see how Superman and I were products of our time. Now, I choose to imagine him as a very stoned young man who blurted out the first stupid thing that occurred to him as a gift to the storyteller I would become. Thanks.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I will never look at Superman again in the in the same way. And I'm sure that unpaid internship, you've learned so much from that experience just for that evening. Laura, thank you so much for sharing that today with us. Our next storyteller is Arthuretta Holmes-Martin. Arthuretta Martin was told as a child that she talked too much. Once she grew up and realized the gift of gab was actually an asset, she blossomed and perfected her craft and now connects with audiences, young and old, through stories. And as a human and social rights activist, she has shared the power of story through historical and personal narrative, folktales and fables, and motivational speeches and songs for decades. A TEDx Salon alum and a distinguished Toastmaster, her audiences range from academic institutions, nonprofits, corporations, and governmental organizations. You can learn more about her through arthurettaspeaks.com, but please stay with us now and hear Arthuretta present.
Thank you for that very gracious introduction. Wow, I love the first two tellers, and I see a thread about to start in telling. My story today is about an experience that I had. An experience, and now I'm going to use that word quest, an experience about a very notable author. His name is John Jacob Niles, and I studied classical voice with him. But unlike other classical instructors, John Jacob Niles had this way of writing songs that seemed like I knew him. John Jacob Niles came from Kentucky, and there was no way I knew him because I grew up in Philadelphia by way of South North Carolina. But his music had this way of entwining the experiences of African Americans. You see, storytelling, even when it's in song, gives us the opportunity for us to experience life, both things that happened and things that plausibly could happen. As you heard in my introduction, I like to tell stories that raise the consciousness of the listener on subjects that need to be heard. That's the way we memorialize, we learn, and hopefully we correct as human beings our behavior. Anyway, that's the intent. John Jacob Niles knew the importance of stories. He knew so well that he traveled the entire South collecting stories from the indigenous Appalachian people, from African Americans, and from First Nation people. Many of these stories, he didn't give those people too much credit. Some he did in his autobiography, but most of them, at best, he gave them a footnote. Some of these songs were like spirituals. One of them you may have heard, Sweet Little Jesus Boy, or during the holidays, I Wander as I Wander. Yes, those are John Jacob Niles songs. But the one that really caught my attention was Last from the Low Country. As I said, I grew up in Philadelphia by way of South and North Carolina, and there is low country in both places. I had to do some research on this Lass of the Low Country because her song, her story just seemed like there was more to this thing. So I researched John Jacob Niles. I read his autobiography, and he barely talked about where he got this song from. And then I decided to research the words, Lass and Low Country. Well, all of us know about Low Country, Beaufort, South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina. I have an affinity with that area. I also found out that there is Low Country in Emerald Isle, North Carolina. Well, come to find out, most of the stories that John Jacob Niles collected was from North Carolina, Cherokee Nation. Lass. was another word that I researched. And lass has a whole history. You see, it comes from Ireland and it comes from Scotland, and it's used to describe a young girl. But sometimes it's used to describe a young girl with not the best of reputation. Also, I found deep in the bowels of Google, where people rarely go down to the fourth or fifth definition of a word, that lass meant girl of mixed race. And I said, aha, there's something here that we need to know. This was during the 1700s, 1800s, that lass had a whole different meaning. So what did I do? I meditated, and I thought, and I meditated. And then the story emerged in my soul. The Lass from the Low Country is the story of hundreds, if not thousands, of young women that cover centuries. She had many names. Her name was Alma, Native American. Her name was Flora. It was B, Sally, Beth May, Anola. Lass was even Beth's story. But this time we're going to talk about Alma, because Alma was my great, great niece. Alma was a beautiful child who grew to be a beautiful young woman. She was like a bulb about to bloom. Her name means water, as she flowed through life like the creeks that stretched to the ocean. We lived in low country, my people. It could have been Emerald Isle. It could have been Brunswick, North Carolina. It even could have been Charleston, South Carolina, but it was low country still. But in all of low country, there are creeks, and the creeks sort of stretch out like fingers from your palm. My Alma, her eyes glistened like stars on a clear night. Her hair was long and black, and it flowed like the mane on a stallion. Her skin was smooth as butter, taken freshly from the churn. By the time one thing that people would find out about Alma, they would find out that Alma had a smile. It was the most remarkable thing about Alma. It went down to the depth of her soul because it revealed her innocence and her curiosity. It happened somewhere between childhood and womanhood that she mastered the ability of that smile. My great, great niece's mother was Celia. Celia had been enslaved, and she was the consequences of her master's desires and her mother Nelia's inability to say no. That placed Celia in a category that, let's just say, we call her lass. It was all Celia could do to keep the eyes of the menfolk in the clan, both young and old, from trying to get her daughter's eye. Yeah, sometimes they'd come around and say, Alma. And Celia would say, mind your business. And then Alma would look at them young men and she'd give them that smile and she'd say, Alma, bring yourself on over here. And then one time she saw a young man trying to bring some flowers to Alma, and Alma heard her mama give that young man a word or two. Young man, don't you have somewhere to be? Celia had a job on her hands, and it's one she enjoyed, but one that kept her on edge. Alma loved to dance through the wildflowers on the hill. When Celia was cleaning for the white folks' house up on the big hill, Sometimes when she was picking crops for the evening meal, or sometimes when she was gathering water with the other women, Anna would be out in the fields, just dancing around like a butterfly, bouncing from one flower to the other, like she was whispering to them, "Catch me if you can." One day, as Alma was sitting enjoying the fresh breeze across the hill, she noticed this young man riding on a horse towards her. He was different. He had on leather boots and he had this hat, and his blonde hair just touched his shoulders. But when the wind blew, the hair would sort of blow away. That caught her attention. Up until that time, she had not seen a white man. Celia had done her best to protect Alma. Alma stood up when she saw him. She thought to herself, why is he coming over here to this clan? When she stood up, he saw her. She waved at him. He tipped his hat and he kept on going by. That night, when Alma and Celia were preparing the meal, it was squash. Alma asked her mother, "Mama, who was that man that came by on that horse today?" Celia stood up from the table, walked over to the wash tub, kept her back to Alma, and said, "No one you need to know nothing about and concern yourself about, Alma." She kept her back to Alma. "Why? I've never seen anyone who sits on a horse like that. I want to know more about him." Alma didn't look up from cutting up that squash. Celia turned from the wash tub, walked right over to her daughter, crossed her arms, and said, "No, you do not." Alma knew she'd better leave that thing alone. She didn't question her mama no more. And Alma looked out the window of their small framed home with that curiosity. You know that curiosity. The next day, she saw him. She waved at him. He nodded again. The third day she waved, she smiled. That revealed her innocence and her curiosity. This time, he stopped. He got down from his horse and he walked to her. He asked her what her name was. He didn't tell her his name. He left, got on his horse. Alma didn't tell her mom about these occasional visits. As the days and weeks passed, the encounters grew more and more and longer. Alma knew that if her mother saw them, she would not approve of what was going on. So each time she saw this young man, she moved further and further down the hill where the wildflowers live, that so Celia would not see them as she worked in the field. One day, as Celia was working, she looked up for her Alma. She couldn't see her. She hollered out for Alma, "Alma, Alma." No answer. She shouted, "Alma." Not a word. Celia gathered the people from the clan and they all came together and they walked along the creek where the wildflowers grew. It took them an hour before they found Alma. Her body was still. Celia screamed that wrenching scream that only a mother that lost her only child could scream. "Oh, sorrow, oh, sorrow." The next day, they buried Alma. They buried her on the side of the hill where she loved to play. And the wildflowers sighed. No one knew Alma fell in love with that man that rode on a horse in a way she had never seen before. God knew. I want to believe God knew. Celia was no good for much after that. She, not so long after that, passed away, and we buried her next to her beautiful Alma about 1 month later. John Jacob Niles recorded the mourning song, I Want to Believe, of a people who had no power over those of high degree. And I wrote this story to keep the memory of all those young women alive who may have had similar endings. Let this be a warning to them to be careful to whom you give your smile. Be careful who you give your heart and your love. And may the story's melody speak for itself. So what I've done in closing is to take John Jacob's Niles song and package it specifically for young ladies of this time.
Oh my goodness, Arthuretta. Wow, that was intense. And thank you so much.
One more. She was a lass from the low country, and he was a lord of high degree. But she loved him oh so tenderly. Oh, sorrow, sing sorrow. Now she sleeps in the valley where the wildflowers nod. Nobody knows she loved him but herself and God. One day when the snow was on the mead, she passed him by on a milk-white steed, and she spoke to him, oh, nobody paid no heed. Oh, sorrow, sing sorrow. Now he sleeps in the valley where the wildflowers nod. Nobody knows she loved him but herself and God. Now if you be a lass from the low country, don't love no man of high degree, for he ain't got a heart or no sympathy. Oh, sorrow, sing sorrow. Now he sleeps in the valley where the wildflowers nod. Nobody knows she loved him but herself. Herself. But herself and God and God and God. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so, so much. That was amazing. I am so glad that you shared that with us and you brought Cecilia and Alma and John Jacob Niles into our lives today, and you helped uplift our consciousness. So, Arthuretta, thank you so, so much. That was beautiful, beautiful. I'd now like to next introduce our next storyteller. Anne Rutherford delights audiences nationwide with funny, moving performances of her original stories. You know, about 20 years ago, she brought a fringed leather jacket to it in a thrift shop, and she put it on. And her alter ego, Wild Wild West character of Clementine Ryder, was born. Her CD, The Adventures of Clementine Ryder, live at the National Storytelling Festival, is a Storytelling World Award winner. Anne's bringing Clementine here today to share one of those adventures with us. Please welcome Clementine Ryder.
Thank you, Ms. Andrea, and I just want to thank my fellow tellers. It's a true pleasure to be on the bill with such gifted, honest, powerful, and funny women, and more to come after me. Well, the adventure that I want to tell you about today takes place in the far western regions of this great country. My associate, old one-eyed Bob, and I were making our way from San Francisco up to Vancouver, Colombia, but we took a detour to go into the Pacific Northwest rainforest, of which we had heard much, but never before experienced. Being unfamiliar with the terrain, we sought counsel with Miss Alice Tahoma Walker. Miss Alice was a daughter of Chief Tahoma of the Quinault tribe, and her family had lived in that valley for generations. Over a cup of white pine needle tea, Miss Alice acquainted us with the local lore. Oh, well, everything here in the rainforest, it grows larger than life. Why, you'll see ferns as big as Doug fir trees, huckleberries the size of grapes, slugs big as tree trunks, and chipmunks the size of brown bears. But the biggest biggin of all, you call him Bigfoot. We call him Sasquatch, 9 feet tall, covered with hair, eyes, teeth, claws, and a stench. Pew! If you peeled the sock off the sweaty foot of a cowboy who'd been riding the range for 6 months, cracked a rotten egg into it, added some fermented fish guts, stinky cheese, dunked it in sour milk, and hung it up for a skunk to spray, that'd be perfume compared to what it'd smell like if Bigfoot's in the vicinity. So you two, keep your sniffers on alert. Clementine, you look a little pale. Can I freshen up your tea? Well, Bob and I did have our sniffers on high alert as we rode into the rainforest the next day. I was on my Palomino Calliope and Bob was behind me on his pinto pony Pepita. As we rode up into the mountain wilderness, green did loom up around us and enveloped us in a aqueous, humid biosphere. And then I realized that what was rearing up as tall as Doug fir were actually ferns, grown as big as Miss Alice had foretold. As we rode into this new creation, Bob started humming a piece by his friend Eddie G. in the Hall of the Mountain King, which seemed oddly apropos. A mosquito the size of a buzzard swooped down over us, dodged into the stream running alongside, and came up carrying a salmon. What looked like a small brown bear reared up from the opposite bank, grasped the tail of the salmon, and a mighty tug of war ensued till the salmon was rent in two. The mosquito flew off in triumph with the head, and I looked and realized that the creature waving the tail in triumph was not a small brown bear, but a chipmunk grown the size of one. "Looky there, Bob," I said, but it was on his blind side, so he missed it. And just then Calliope pawed the ground, whinnied as if to say, "Look, Clementine, there is a slug the size of a tree trunk oozing across the trail right in front of us." Well, Calliope had it exactly right. A slug grown as large as a small sapling was undulating across the trail, leaving a trail of slime as deep as that mountain stream. Well, Bob opined that it would take the slug some time to complete its path so that we should make camp right there, which we did. Then Bob took himself off to a hot springs that Miss Alice had told him was in the vicinity. I unpacked my silver-handled berry-picking pail, went off in search of sustenance. Walked up, up, up till I came to a ridge with a sharp drop-off. On top of that ridge, just as Miss Alice had foretold, huckleberries, plump as grapes. So I commenced to picking. One for the pail, one for the picker. One for the pail, two for the picker. One for the pail, three for the picker. I always fill my belly well before I fill my pail. Well, of course, the plumpest huckleberries were on top, very much out of reach of deer and other animals. So I stepped up onto a fallen tree trunk to try to get some of those plump berries. But as I did, the rotten wood of the trunk gave way under my feet and I started falling backwards, about to go over that incline down the ridge. And just as I was about to topple, I felt two strong arms come under me and I was hauled to safety. Oh, I turned around. Bob, you got here just in time. The face that looked down at me was looking down from 9 feet above the ground, covered in hair, eyes, teeth, claws. Ladies and gentlemen, I was eye to eye with Bigfoot. But there was no accompanying stench, no ode to stinky sock. The air was fresh and pure. Well, I stepped forward to thank the big fella, but my movement frightened him. He tore off a bunch of branches from the shrub right beside him, started crushing the leaves, and ooh, the smell that rolled off those leaves, woo! Bob later identified the bush as Rus trilobata, skunk bush, relative of the skunk cabbage that grows at lower elevations. But all I knew is that it had a smell that made my nose curl up and my eyes water. And when I opened and came to myself, Bigfoot was gone. I hightailed it back to camp and told Bob of my adventure. And just as I'd finished telling him the tale, we heard a crack on the edge of the clearing. Turned. 2 rough-looking fellows were standing on the edge of our camp. The taller one had his hat pulled low as if to obscure his visage. "We're on the trail of Bigfoot," he said to Bob. "Seen any sign of him?" Well, Bob, with perfect veracity, could say that he himself had seen no sign of Bigfoot, and since the tall fella did not see fit to address me, I certainly kept mum. They nodded, turned, and headed up the ridge toward where I had been picking huckleberries. "Well, what are you going to do if you catch him?" I called out. The shorter one turned around. "We're going to catch him, stuff him, and charge folks a nickel a head to see him. That big, stinky varmint's going to make our fortune." He gave a maniacal cackle and followed his taller companion up the ridge. "Bob," I said, "we've got to save the big fella." But before we could hatch a plan, we heard, "There he goes. Don't let him get away." Down the trail toward us came Bigfoot, arms full of skunk bush branches. Waving them, he leapt over the slime trail, landed right in front of Bob, and a look passed between the two of them that needed no words. Next thing I knew, Bob had his arms full of skunk bush branches, and he was hightailing it down the mountain, raising a stench and a general hullabaloo. Bigfoot turned, slunk behind our tents, out of sight. Just as the 2 rough fellas themselves came a-running down the trail, they slipped on that slug slime, fell right on their keisters. Taller one looked up at me and said, "All right, little lady, which way did he go?" Now, there were several things I found objectionable about his inquiry. 1, I am not little. 2, he did not know me well enough to know whether or not I have ladylike attributes. But most unfortunate for him was his use of such an indefinite pronoun in asking his question, because with perfect truthfulness, I could point in the direction Bob had vanished and say, "He went that way." Those two fellas took off down the mountain. I looked, Bigfoot was gone. I just had time to brew up a pot of strong coffee when Bob made his way back to camp. He was muddy up to his armpits, but grinning from ear to ear. Said he'd led those two fellas on a merry chase, which ended with him lobbing those skunk bush branches right in the middle of a swamp. Last he saw those two sorry-looking fellas, they were wading out, hip deep in muck, sure they were about to capture Bigfoot. So Bob and I shared a chuckle, some coffee, then made up some chili and repaired to our repast and our rest. When I woke the next morning, I could hear the fire crackling outside. I smelled fresh coffee brewing, and I heard Bob humming. I parted my tent, looked out. Bob was squatting by the fire. He gave me a wink and gesticulated toward the edge of our camp. I looked. Why, there, right on the edge, surrounded by smallish ferns, was my silver berry picking pail. It was full to the brim with huckleberries. The biggest, plumpest huckleberries, the kind you can only reach at the very top of the bushes if you have long, long arms, elongated fingers, and a very delicate touch. Well, that's my tale of Bigfoot and the huckleberries, and since I have a moment or two left, I would like to end with a song, as has been such a wonderful part of this program heretofore. This song speaks to the power of using precise language. Bob first heard it when he would be present around the wharves of San Francisco, and he passed it on to me, and now I pass it on to you. It is an old song. It's called The Chivalrous Shark. The most chivalrous fish in the ocean, to ladies forbearing and mild, though his record be dark, is the man-eating shark, who will eat neither woman nor child. Male doctors, male lawyers, male preachers, he'll gobble up any fine day. But the ladies, God bless us, he'll simply address us politely and go on his way. I can readily cite you an instance when a lovely young lass from Eugene, who was tender and sweet and delicious to eat, fell into Coos Bay with a scream. She struggled and splashed in the water, signaled in vain for her bark, and she'd surely have drowned if she hadn't been found by a chivalrous man-eating shark. The shark bowed in a manner most polished, thus soothing her impulses wild. Don't be frightened, he said, I've been properly bred, and will eat neither woman nor child. Then he offered his fin, and she took it with a gallantry none could dispute. All the passengers cheered as the vessel they neared, and a broadside was fired in salute. They took her aboard in a jiffy, and the shark stood at attention the while. Then he raised on his flipper, ate up the skipper, and went on his way with a smile. This shows you the prince of the ocean, to ladies forbearing and mild. Though his record be dark, is the man-eating shark, who will eat neither woman or child. Oh, though his record be dark, it's the man-eating shark, who will eat neither woman nor child. I'm Clementine Ryder. It's been my pleasure to be with you.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Clementine. Thank you for joining us today. And wow. And bringing music to our ears and learning about Sasquatch and the slimes and the slugs and the bear-sized chipmunks. It's amazing what you have gone through and what thank you so much. Our next storyteller today is Miss Sheila Arnold. Sheila lives in Hampton, Virginia, and has been telling stories for the last 17 years. And she is thrilled to be here as we are as well. And she loves to share stories of faith and justice. Please welcome Sheila Arnold.
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon. Sorry, I don't know quite where I am right at this moment. I've only had 1 cup of coffee, not 2, so I got to catch up for where I am. I'm so excited to be able to share with you, as Andrea said, who's doing a great job, by the way. Andrea said, I love stories of faith and stories of justice. And so this is a story of faith. This would be the second time she rode a donkey to see him. This one would be a little different than the last time. The small smile came across her face. It was hidden by the veil that covered her. And she reflected back to that first time she had ridden the donkey in much greater haste than she did then. You see, Abigail's servants had come to her, and they had told her that David, the one who had was being pursued by Saul the king, the one who had done all the great wars for Saul, but now was in the desert, that David had come requesting from Nabal, Abigail's foolish husband. Even now, she couldn't think about him without a roll in her eyes and sucking her teeth. But the servants had come saying that David had come during the sheep shearing time and had asked to have some of the sheep for his party of men and the women that were with them. And Nabal had laughed and said, "Who is this? Are not all of many men leaving their masters?" He was referring to Saul, of course. And he laughed and said, "Give him nothing." The servants had gone back, and they had humbly presented this to David's men, and David's men turned on their horses, and they ran. They went on horseback running, and some running back to send this message to David. But they did not leave without warning. "We will return. You better be ready." And they knew that David's men were as good as their word. David's men had watched over their sheep when they were out there. David's men had done all it took so that they could be safe. David's men had never allowed anyone to touch any of the sheep. And yet, after their kindness, they were turned away like this? Oh, the servants wept in front of Abigail. Wept. But she was not a woman that quietly stood by and allowed disaster to happen. She had been married to Nabal far too long. And so she said, "Get my donkey." And then she told them, "Prepare rice cakes, get sheep." And she went on and on with list upon list upon list of things to carry. Combine, put them on sheep, put them on camels, do whatever it takes, and make your way to David and to his men. She knew that they were in the ravine, hiding. It was funny to think how he was hiding in plain sight of his master, Saul. But she sent them on. She asked for her donkey to be saddled up, and the servant said, "We will wait for you." No, no, no. Go ahead of me. Go ahead and make sure everything gets to him. She climbed upon the donkey. She did so in the ladylike way, just in case Nabal looked out the window and wondered where she was gone. But she truly wanted to take that donkey and ride it hard and make sure that she got there. But she did what was right at that moment. She had a veil that was there upon her face, but she had made sure that she took out her hair. She lowered it down, and although the veil was over it, it was clear it was there. She also had made sure to pinch her cheeks and take some of the red beetle and crush it down to put upon her lips. She put upon her some of her finest of jewelry. She knew her beauty stopped many a man. It had stopped Nabal when she was young, and it still stopped him today, at least sometimes. When she wanted her way, she knew what to do for and to Nabal to get his attention. But he was a foolish man. He was mean and cruel, and she was just as likely these days to be slapped across the face as she was to be listened to. But this was the decision that she had made. Long before she was his wife, she had been a stubborn and rebellious girl. Beauty, yes, she was. And she knew every moment of it. She looked at her 5 older sisters with disdain. None of them had what she had. She had her father's attention as the last child, and her father's attention because of her beauty. And she knew that. Why, the herdsmen for her father would always come to her. As she just glanced their way, they looked as if they would swoon. And her sisters were not always kind to her. She didn't care. Her mother would tell her to think about her ways. But she didn't care. She liked using her beauty. And so she became rebellious in everything. So when Nabal had come, then he was lean and strong, and his black hair waved down over his shoulders, and he came bearing presents, hoping to marry the second daughter. The first one was already gone. She took one look at him and wanted him. And so she flaunted herself in ways that were completely inappropriate, and that would have brought her father's anger upon her had it not been his baby girl. She sometimes would forget to put on her veil. She would bat her eyes in a way and then turn away. She had learned often that a man wanted what he could not get, so showing just enough for him to be eager. Her sisters knew what was happening, and they talked to her, threatening to keep her in her own tent, and she laughed at them, and she made sure to say loudly, "That man wants me, and I want him." She made sure to say it loudly because he was only 2 tents over. There was no way he could not have heard. And before the week was out, she was his possession. But she liked it. He had fine clothes for her to wear. He had promised he would not get another wife. That's how good she was. And in bed, he was passable, but she had nothing to compare it to. And so she went with him. And when she came to his home and saw the power that he evoked, and saw all that he had and that she would be in charge of all this, she was pleased. But it did not take long for her anger to come out again. He did not always do what she expected him to do. Did not always arrive home when she expected him to be there. When food was on the table, he was not always there. He would demand of her to cook for wide groups of people at the last minute's notice, and she would turn on him and say, "Nabal, I am your wife, I am not your maid." And it was the second time that she said that his hand flashed out and came across her face the first time. It was not even a year before all that anger built up inside of her, all that rebellious was beaten out of her. She was still beautiful. She knew to keep it that way. His bruises never covered her face. But all that rebellious heart inside, all that anger that she had to be appreciated and seen, was gone. And in its place, she became a shell of the woman she was. But she had grown smart over time and knew that if she simply bided her time or treated Nabal a certain way, even in his foolishness, she could change him. So she relied on that as she needed. And as he grew fat and unseemly, as he crawled into her bed and rutted like an animal and put her sweat upon her body, and she cringed as he breathed his 4 minutes, 5 minutes maximum. Ugh. If this is what it took, so it would be. This is the life she had chosen, and she would sit upon it. And so she turned her attentions to her servants and their families, the place where she could give, the place where she could make penance for what she had done. She tried to restore the relationships with her sisters. They would have none of her. So she was alone. But now she was riding that donkey on that first time around, riding that donkey over to where David was, riding that donkey strong and hard. And when she got to him, was surrounded by men, sword by his side. She got off of her donkey as he came close, having watched all this food pass him by. She fell to his knees and begged, "Oh, David, you who are one that is in the bundle held by God, where your enemies will be thrown to the side. You, David, who will one day be blessed to be king. David, please. I know I am presumptuous as a woman to take my veil off as she had and to look you in the eye, but David, I ask of you, please do not harm our people. You do not need innocent bloodshed on your sword when you become the king of Israel." David, accept from my hand what my husband would not give. He is a foolish man, and that is what his name means. But please, let me protect those who are mine. David climbed off that horse and looked down at this woman that knelt at his feet, lifted her head. "Put your veil upon you. You are wise, woman, for I would have killed every man in your household today." I turned back, knowing that God has foreseen to stop this. Then he smiled. And before she put that veil on, he touched her cheek. She put it on. They looked at one another. Then he jumped upon his horse and he rode away. And she turned back. His touch lingered there. Oh, some of you women remember that touch, how it lingers on the face, how you want nothing else to wash that area. It had been a long time since she'd had that touch. She rode back. The servants, they thanked her and thanked her and thanked her. And when she arrived home, Nabal was sitting with some of the men from town, long into his cups. She told him nothing. He crawled in her bed. She made sure she turned away that part of her face so he could not take away that touch. When morning broke, he turned over and rolled, and she was already out of the bed, standing at the front of the tent. "What is wrong with you, woman? Why do you have the tent? Why do you have the tent open? It is too early." "I wanted to stay, husband, to let you know that I have taken care of David." He will no longer come. I sent him food, for he came back to kill you. That he stood up. He stood up, but he stood up too quickly, and his weight shifted and moved, and before he knew it, he was falling back upon her bed. He lay, looking dead. Oh, she cared for him as she should, but she could not say that she wanted him to live. But she did her best, as all women do. And 10 days later, when he died, she mourned properly. And when she received word from David that he desired to have her as wife, she kept the veil on so no one would see the smile. And now she rode the donkey the second time, but no longer angry, no longer using her wiles, but coming with a humility, a joy. And when she saw him, on the outside of her veil, he touched her, and she was ready.
Wow, thank you so much, Sheila, for transporting us to that time and sharing that story in such a emotional, moving way. And I picturing the climbing onto a donkey and just the rebelliousness in her heart, and it's so intense. So I really appreciate it, and it's such a timely story. Thank you so much. We have a few more storytellers today, but we have a little bit of extra time. So if you've been sitting down for the last, hour or so, please go ahead and stand up and stretch. Take a couple of good deep breaths and get that energy flowing back into your bodies. And must feel so good. All right, and take a good deep breath. And we would now like to introduce our next storyteller, Laura Packer. Laura's book, From Audience to Zeal, The ABCs of Finding, Crafting, and Telling a Great Story, is a storytelling world winner. And in 2020, Laura was inducted into the National Storytellers Network Circle of Excellence. She is grateful for every opportunity to tell and coach. And she's grateful for everyone involved in the Women's Storytelling Festival and is happy to be here. Please welcome Laura.
How lovely to be here. Andrea, you are doing such a good job ushering us all in and out. Thank you so very much. And thank you to everyone involved with the Women's Storytelling Festival, from the organizers to the volunteers to the tellers, and especially to the listeners, because we would not be here without you. When I was in my mid-20s, some friends and I decided to move from Boston to northern New Hampshire. I was thrilled. I thought to myself, nature girl is moving to the mountains. I was certain that I would walk amongst the trees. I would extend my hand and the birds would land in my palm. The chipmunks would cluster around my feet. In New Hampshire, they are small chipmunks, Clementine. And I knew that it would be everything I imagined and more. Well, we moved to northern New Hampshire. And the problem with being nature girl moving to northern New Hampshire from the city is you still need a job, because I still had to pay my rent, I still had to pay my bills, and I still needed to be able to put food on the table. The only job I could find up there, there were two. One, I could have worked at the local ball bearing factory on the line, or two, I could work the midnight shift at the local convenience store. I chose the job of working in the convenience store because that way I would have plenty of time to still wander amongst the trees and have the birds land on me and the chipmunks cluster at my feet, and on and on and on. Now, the town I lived in was one of those places where if you have not been there for generations, if your family hasn't been there for generations, then you are a stranger, you are a newcomer. And if you're not just one of the tourists who floods the area in the summer, then really you're not welcome, because your dollars won't go to the locals and you are just cluttering up the place. But because I worked the midnight shift in the convenience store, because I was the one who was there at 3 a.m. if your baby would not stop crying and you'd run out of formula, because I was the one who was there at 6 a.m. to lift the bar away from the beer cooler and you'd been waiting all night for your next beer, because I was the one who made sure that the coffee was hot and fresh as you made your way to the job at the ball bearing factory. Soon enough, it was like I had been there forever. I knew everyone and everyone knew me. Now, I'm not trying to suggest that I'm some kind of femme fatale or anything like that, but these guys started hanging around the store on the nights that I had my shift. Honestly, I think most of them were just lonely. They needed some place to be when they couldn't sleep, because when you are poor and when you are remote, sleep can be hard to come by. But there was John, who would show up usually around 1 a.m. He would help me shelve the beer. He would help me make sure that all the milk was up to date. And then we would sit and talk. John had moved up there from Boston, just like I did, but he had moved up not because he was moving to the country, but to get away from the gangs that were making his life so difficult. He didn't have much of an education. So when he bashfully told me he hadn't graduated from high school, I helped him study for the GED. When he finally passed his GED, we had a party right there in the store. There was another guy, Frank, and Frank, every night at 11:30, just before I was about to bar off, the beer cooler would come in and buy a 12-pack. And he would come back at 6 and buy another 12-pack. And after I'd been working there for a while, he came in one night at 11:30 and I said, "Oh, I'm just about to close it. You better grab it quick." And he said, "No," and slapped down on the counter his 1-day sober coin from AA. He came back in a week and a month, and in 3 months, we toasted his sobriety with cold milk. There were all kinds of interesting people who came there, but the one I really want to tell you about is Mark. Now, I noticed Mark the first time he came into the store, which was not long into my tenure there, because honestly, Mark was hard not to notice. I wish I could tell you it was because he was one of those men whose beauty just takes your breath away. That would be a lie. Mark had blonde hair that stuck up in every direction, no matter how much he kept pushing it back. His ears looked kind of like a car with both doors open. And his teeth, which I saw only when he spoke, he never smiled, made it clear that he had really lacked some dental care when he was young. Every day, Mark would come in and he would buy something that he could have for lunch at his overnight shift at the ball bearing factory. And then I'd say thank you and he'd mumble, he wouldn't look at me, and he'd walk away. This happened every day, every night. And I decided to take it as a challenge to try and get Mark to smile. I didn't do anything wildly inappropriate. I always just said, "Hi, nice to see you. How are things going? Thanks for coming." And finally, one day, he looked at me and kind of nodded and smiled a little bit and said, "Thanks," and rushed out of the store. But after that, it was like a dam had burst open. Every time he came in, he would smile a little bit more, and then we would start talking back and forth. And he started coming just a little bit earlier to help me shelve the crackers and the diapers and the windshield washer. And when we talked, I realized that for all that Mark was kind of an odd-looking guy, he was smart and witty. We were the Hepburn and Tracy of northern New Hampshire. It was great. And the more we talked, the more I didn't notice his hair or his ears or his teeth. What I noticed were his eyes, which were the same color as the sky turns just before the sun rises. It started to become clear that there was something going on when Mark began to bring me dinner. And it was always something that he had either grown or killed himself. And then he cooked it, and it was really good. I have to tell you, there are few things sexier than a man who knows how to cook. And I could feel that heat begin to grow between us, which was good because it was winter, and winter in northern New Hampshire, I welcomed the heat he brought in with him, because when you step out into that cold in the middle of the night, the way I had to do to clean off the gas pumps or make sure that everything was working, walk around the building a couple of times, that cold, well, if you've never experienced, all I can tell you is that when you inhale, when it's that cold, your nose hairs freeze, which is a pretty funny feeling. And the snow squeaks as you walk on it, almost like it's complaining because you are stepping down upon it, but it only happens when it's that cold. And the sky, looking up from underneath the bright lights of the gas pumps and the shelter over the gas pumps, all I could see was deep blackness. But when I walked home at 6 in the morning and the world was still dark, there were so many stars. Unfortunately, it was right around the time that that heat started to build that I began to realize that that was the only warmth in my life, that I wasn't really nature girl after all, and that the time had come to move back to the city. I missed museums. I missed Chinatown. I missed the sounds that wake you up in the middle of the night. It was so quiet up there. The only sounds I would hear at night in the winter were the sounds of the snowmobilers. And in the summer, it was the sound of the motorcycle riders there up to come to one festival or another. In between, it was so quiet. I wasn't made for the country. And when I realized that, I started telling everybody that I was going to leave. I told my boss, and she was disappointed and said some nice things about how I was the best clerk she'd ever had. And I thought that was lukewarm praise and spoke so poorly of all the other people who worked so hard there. And I told all of my friends, and they came in every night to make sure that everything was done and clean and perfect. And I told Mark. When I told Mark, he paused for a moment. You know how it is. You've seen that too. When you tell someone the thing they most do not want to hear. And he said, well, your last night here, I want to show you something. Okay. My last night, all my friends came. We had a party and made sure the place was spick and span before my boss showed up at 6 in the morning. She arrived and shook my hand firmly and told me that she missed me and wished me luck in the city, though I could see she had no idea why I'd be going to the city. And I don't blame her. I sometimes wonder too. And then I stepped out into that cold night. There was Mark in his pickup truck. The truck used to be red, but it had faded now to that cream of tomato soup color. You know what I mean? And where it wasn't cream of tomato soup color, it was the color of Bondo. The thing was falling apart, and somehow he kept it going. He hopped down out of the truck and walked me around the back of the truck to the passenger side door. And as we walked around, I realized there was a mattress in the back of that truck. And I thought, just what do you think is going to happen? He opened the door, helped me up, and I sat down in the warm cabin. He shut the door, and then he got in on his side, and the door thunked shut behind him. He turned on the engine and backed out of his parking space and away from the convenience store parking lot. I didn't look back as we drove away. First, we drove on the state highway. It was so dark around us. The light from the dashboard illuminated Mark's face, and we didn't say much to each other. I'm not sure there was much to say. And as we drove along, the dashed lines in the middle of the highway zipped past us like hyphens in a sentence. And then he turned and we went on one of the secondary roads, which twisted and turned and went up and down like we were on a roller coaster, the trees leaning in around us and the headlights cutting through the dark. And then he turned again and drove down what was probably a dirt road when the weather was warm, but now was covered in snow. I could hear the tires gritting into the snow, The headlights in front of us illuminated the snow on the ground and the trees leaning over like we were driving through a tunnel. I turned and looked back, and the taillights stained the snow red. We grumbled our way through there until all of a sudden we were in a field. He turned off the engine and the headlights, and I heard the motor began to tick, 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 its way down to cool. He opened up his door and hopped out of the truck, and I opened up mine. Together we walked on that squeaky snow to the bed of the truck, and he helped me in. We lay down and pulled the blankets up over us. And I looked up at the sky, and all of the stars in the universe were staring down at me. I could feel the heat of his body radiating against mine, and we lay there for a long time. After a while, he propped himself up on one hand and looked at me, his head a dark silhouette against the stars. He pulled my hand out from underneath the blankets and kissed it. This, he said, is for what has been between us. I could see to the east a very thin line of light, the sky lightening that same rich blue as his eyes, while above us the stars still stretched across. And then he leaned forward and kissed me on the forehead. This, he said, is for right now. To the east, the sky continued to lighten, light spilling into the world, and the stars began to disappear, though in the west they still clung on. He leaned down and kissed me on the lips. This, he said, is for what might have been. And now to the east, the sky was that burning white that it turns in the winter when the sun is about to crest, and the sky was getting paler and paler, the stars disappearing, except to the west where there was a thin line of stars, reminding us that the stars were still there, no matter how bright the sky might be. He looked up, he smiled, and smiling, he began to laugh. And then laughing, he said, and this is forever.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much. And you had me through that journey the whole time. I'm so glad you chose that late night convenience store job versus the ball bearing, working at the ball bearing factory and introducing us to Mark and the story. So thank you so much. I felt the chills and the coldness, and I even my nose hair started to freeze, even though it's 60 degrees outside today. It's wonderful. Well, we have one more storyteller to share with you today before we take our break for this afternoon, and I'd like to now introduce Lynn Ford. In 2020, Lynn was called on to share folktales and model and encourage personal story in virtual writing retreats for survivors of domestic violence. Lynn tells from that experience now. Please welcome Lynn.
Thank you so much. This is a story that's close to my heart, even closer after I shared it with other women. When I was a child, maybe 9, 10 years old, on Sundays in the summer, when I stayed with my great-grandparents, it was my responsibility to carry Miss Mary's dinner over to her. And I had to be real careful, don't spill a thing. And I had to get through the bushes, and it was kind of a struggle. And I couldn't go to the back door because she expected me to come to the front door. And so instead of just walking through the bushes and stepping up one step onto the back porch, I had to walk down the side of the house, holding on to that big old plate, napkins spread over top of it, covering up the wax paper that tried to keep things warm, a couple extra cloth napkins sitting on top of that napkin, and the program from church sitting in between those napkins, because Miss Mary had gotten to the point in life when she couldn't get to church on Sunday mornings. Everybody in the neighborhood walked. Nobody thought about a car, and she just couldn't do that anymore. Now, my great-grandparents, in my little mind in those days, were old. But Miss Mary, I think she was already old when the word old was invented. She had a face look kind of like one of those little withered apple-headed dolls. And her hands looked like dark, dark crepe paper, but they were soft right down to the thin bones. Still, when she glared at you, even if you hadn't done anything, you felt guilty. And when she minced up her mouth and glared at you, you found yourself saying, "I'm sorry," and you might not have done a thing. And when you got that plate to her front door, not being able to knock, not being able to ring the bell, well, I had to shout, "Miss Mary, Miss Mary, I got your dinner, and I'm sorry for yelling. Don't yell at me." And I'd hear her voice saying, "I'm coming. I'm coming. Hold on there. I hope you got your Bible verse ready." Because when she opened that door, you were supposed to say a Bible verse. If you didn't remember one, you were supposed to hand her the plate, pick up the Bible, open it up, and read a Bible verse. And she always said, "And don't you say Jesus wept." Shortest verse in the Bible. Well, we'd gone through that routine, and we were now in her kitchen, setting that plate down on the table, and she'd tell me to sit down, and I'd help her unwrap things. And she'd ask me how church had been. And hopefully I remembered enough to satisfy her, or I'd get that look. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I fell asleep when the preacher was talking." Just tell on yourself. But this time, Ms. Mary said, "I want to tell you something. It's a story. I know I don't tell you a lot of stories, but I want to tell you this one so you keep it. It's about my great auntie, Lily Bell." And Ms. Mary started telling me a story that no one else could have told me. She said that when Lily Bell was about 5 years old, she was sold away from her mother to somebody else who lived in another one of the big white houses. You understand? She told me that the man who bought her because she was so pretty. And he thought she'd be kind of an amusement for the household. 5 years old, taken away from her mother. Never knew her father, she had told Ms. Mary. And she had chores to do. Ms. Mary said she never talked about playing. She had to bring the water from the well in great big buckets. Never spill any. Take it to the summer kitchen on those hot days. Now, the summer kitchen was steps away from the big white house, and that kept the house cool, and the kitchen was hot. And she had to learn, Lily Bell did, to carry things from the summer kitchen into the kitchen in the house when there were big dinners in there and things were going to be served from there. And Lily Bell, well, that wasn't even her name. That wasn't the name her mama had given her. When the mistress of this big white house decided on a name for her, she explained to her that all the babies had names that she'd given them. She called her Elizabeth. But Lily Bell's little mouth couldn't say Elizabeth, couldn't form those consonant sounds, and out came Lily Bell. And everybody thought it was kind of funny. So she kept that name whether she'd intended to or not. She had to set the tables and help clear the tables when the time was done for a dinner. She had to help serve things, never drop anything, and carry things back into the kitchen in the house or to the summer kitchen. And when folks found out that she could sing with a voice as clear and clean and pure as a little bell, oh, they thought she had the perfect name, Lily Bell. And that's when she became true entertainment, because a certain bell would be rung from time to time, and she had to listen for that bell, and she knew it was time to come into the dining room or to stand at the front porch and sing for folks. Oh, and they'd applaud her. They'd just applaud her, and that's about all she got from that. Lily Bell grew, but she got to live in the big white house, in the servants' quarters. She got to stay in the room with the old woman who was the head cook. She called her mama because she had no mama of her own. And after a while, she'd grown enough that perhaps she could have her own home. And that's when the man in the big white house gave Lily Bell her own cabin. She was pretty. She was sweet. And he didn't want his wife to know when he was going down to that cabin. Now, Lily Bell couldn't do anything to stop him. She'd been told by other women what might happen and what she could or could not do. And she tolerated it all. What else could be done? No one was coming to save her. Not the men who worked in the stables, not the folks who worked in the fields, not the other folks who could stay in the servants' quarters. And the mistress of that big white house, well, she hated Lily Bell by that time because Lily Bell was so pretty and so sweet. And after a while, Lily Bell's belly began to swell, and she knew what that meant. And Mama and the others that she called aunties, they tried to tell her what was going to happen. They tried to calm her and prepare her. And they tried to warn her that things might be worse for her than they could be, because you see, the woman in the big white house, well, her belly was swelling too. Lily Bell's baby was born first. Healthy little fella. And that baby at the big white house, well, he was born a sickly child. And so he was brought to Lily Bell for her to feed him at her breast, because the woman in the big white house couldn't make enough milk. And so there were times when Lily Bell had one child at one breast and the other at the other breast. Brothers they were, but they weren't both her children. And when that boy from the big white house started to get bigger and stronger, oh, Lily Bell was praised, and the baby was taken from her. And the man in the big white house, well, he wanted to do something for her. So she didn't have to work in that hot summer kitchen anymore. Now, the mistress of the house hoped she would be sent to the fields, but that's not what happened. The man who called himself master of everyone, he gave her a spinning wheel so she could work at her home. And it turned out she could spin a thread finer than anyone else did. And so she had baskets filled with wool and baskets with tools for carding and preparing. And she had baskets with spools that she would fill with thread. She also had responsibility for going down to the pasture and leading the cows out of the barn and into the field there, and returning them in the evening after they'd been milked. And it wasn't too hard a job compared to some others she might have had, for the lead cow, whose name was Bessie, another form of Elizabeth. Well, the lead cow had a big old bell around her neck. And when the other cows heard Bessie walking, that bell just kind of dinging back and forth and back and forth. They just followed Bessie, which made Lily Bell's job a lot easier, but she didn't get to spend much time with her child, who was already working in the fields. And he was getting older. and he was getting angry. And he decided he was going to run away. Now, he'd been told that there were folks who waited in the forest at a certain time, in certain days, in certain seasons of the year, waited to help folks who were running away. But Lilybell's son didn't necessarily want to wait. And the first time he was brought back, the skin was beaten from his back. And still he tried again, and the second time, he was beaten so hardly he couldn't even work, had to lie on his stomach in bed for a few days. And the third time he ran away, when they brought him back and whipped him again, a special collar was made for Lilybell's son, a band of metal welded around his neck, and rising up from it, other metal bands, like a crown around his neck, with the ends of each of those bands curved, so that a bell could be hung from every one. And they thought he won't be able to run away. Now he can see because the bands are far enough apart, and he can eat and he can speak. But Lilybell's son couldn't sleep, not on his back, not on his stomach. He had to sit up to sleep. And he ran away again. And for a day he was gone. 2 days, and 3. And Lilybell was out in the pasture, pulling on Bessie's collar, getting ready to lead her back toward the barn. And she heard a sound like bells. And she walked into the forest, and she looked up at a tree. And the bells were still ringing as the body swayed back and forth. Well, there was no joy in Lilybell's heart after that. And she prayed, Lord, why didn't you let me die? Why did you take my son? He was too young to die. Why didn't you change his heart? Why didn't you help him to wait? Why couldn't he be patient? Why? The whys were so heavy that all Lilybell could do was sit in her little cabin and spin at her spinning wheel. And sometimes folks would come, young men from the stables, and move that spinning wheel out in front of the cabin, leave the door open, and Lilybell would spin there. They felt so badly for her, and she was getting older so quickly, and she was sore arms and hands, knees and feet, back. She'd stand sometimes, but mostly she just sat. Now on Sundays, bells would ring, big bells at the church in town. And one single cowbell would ring out in the forest, where those enslaved were permitted to have church. They'd been able to build a church, but there was a foreman who was always there on Sunday mornings with them. He carried a big old gun in case anybody had any ideas about conniving, planning, running away. Now he'd sit at the back of the church. And sometimes the singing and the sermon would get so good, he'd set that gun down and fold his arms, tap his foot, nod his head and listen. And sometimes that sermon would go on and on and on, and he'd set down the gun again, fold his arms, close his eyes, and go to sleep. And when that happened, folks would have church a good bit longer, you understand? And the folks from town, from that church in town, well, when they got back to the big white house on a warm summer day, there wasn't any worry about somebody cooking something. Cold ham, cold slices of meat, a cold meal, that was routine. And they didn't care whether those folks stayed at their church longer because the foreman was there. On this particular Sunday, Lilybell was sitting outside, spinning wheel turning, and her voice singing for the first time in a while, 'cause she liked the song. While I'm on this tedious journey, I want Jesus to walk with me. And the spinning wheel turned in rhythm. In my troubles, walk with me. In my troubles, walk with me. And she kept on singing as the spinning wheel turned. When along came that young man from the big white house. Now, he hadn't gone to church. He hadn't even been home, not all night long. He'd been doing what he usually did. He'd been drinking and he'd been gambling with his friends, and he never seemed to win anything. And this time he had lost his horse. So there he was, reeling, holding on to the whip for his horse, but no horse underneath him. And there she was, Miss Lily Bell, singing. And he walked up to her as that spinning wheel turned. And he said, "Stop that singing. I got a headache. Stop. Why can you sing something so happy when your life has been so bad?" And Lily Bell just looked at him. She said, I'm trying to make my heart feel better. He said, "Well, stop. Just stop. I don't know why you'd want your heart to feel any better. If you keep on making all that noise, I'm going to whip you the way I whipped your son." Spinning wheel stopped spinning. Lily Bell stopped singing, and she stood and seemed like she was taller than she had been when she was a young woman. She glared at that young man the way Miss Mary probably glared. And she said, "How dare you say such things to me?" And she lifted up the spinning wheel high over her head. She dashed it to the ground. She picked up one of its broken legs and she proceeded to beat that young man. She beat his arms. She beat his legs. She beat his back. He dropped the whip. He fell to the ground. "I am the one who helped you live. I suckled you at my breast. I held you when they took my own son away from me so I'd take better care of you than I did of him. How dare you?" She just kept on beating him, and all he could say was, "I'm sorry. Mama Lily Bell, I'm sorry." When she heard the word mama, she dropped that piece of wood. She took a few breaths as that young man got up from the ground, stone sober, and ran away somewhere. And she thought, well, if my life wasn't over before, it's over now. Because he's going to tell what I did, and they're going to kill me. And I can't run. This body can't run, and I can't get a horse out the stable. I don't even know how to get up on a horse. Ain't no way I can attach the horses to the wagons. I don't know how to do that. I don't know what to do. Lord, help me find something to do. And that's when Lily Bell heard Bessie's bell in the low pasture. Well, when folks came from that church in town, there still wasn't anybody around, or so they thought. And so they went to their cold meal and their naps on the front porch. But the folks from the church in the woods, when they had come back, seen the whip lying on the ground, seen the spinning wheel broken, they gathered up all the pieces and buried them far away from Lily Bell's cabin. And the whip, well, they just set it on the porch, and those folks from the big White House thought their son had dropped it off and gone someplace else. And when he came home in the dark, he kept on his coat. He said he wasn't hungry, and he went on up the stairs slowly. And nobody saw a bruise, not a mark on his body. But they started wondering, where was Lily Bell? And why didn't they hear the bell around Bessie's neck? Now, Lily Bell managed to get from one side of the Ohio River to the other side. And she was taken in by folks who were not her kin by blood, but who wanted to help her. And she managed to make her way to East Liverpool, Ohio. That's what Miss Mary said, where she stayed with those folks who were not her kin. And Miss Mary called her her great auntie. And she said, that's the only one I know, only one I ever heard of, managed to run away by riding on a cow. And then after she said that, Miss Mary proceeded to eat what was on that plate. She said, it's getting cold. I talked too much. Lenny Jean, it's starting to get a little dim in here too. No, don't turn on those lights. I don't want the lights on yet, but go up to my bedroom, top of the stairs, and bring me my reading glasses. And bring me that Bible that you'll see on the pie crust table by the bed, because you and I gonna read some Bible now. I got ready to say I needed to go back and eat myself, but I looked at those eyes and I said, yes, ma'am. I told you the story, Miss Mary said. I told it for my great auntie, Lily Bell, who was not my kin, but was in my heart. I said, yes, ma'am, as I went up the stairs, and I figured the only door open, that had to be Miss Mary's room. And I went in there, and it was starting to get a little dark in the house, hard to see, but sure enough, there was the bed, and there was a little pie crust table with a handmade doily sitting on it, and Miss Mary's glasses, and a spare Bible. And as I gathered those up, I noticed something else. On its own doily, at the edge of her dresser, its clapper gone, its sides dingy, grimy, and rusty, was a bell. Now that's it. That's the story. It came from Miss Mary, and I share it with you, but I've told it for one I now think of as my great auntie, someone I carry in my heart. I tell the story for Ms. Mary, and I thank you all and hope that you carry it in your hearts too.
Lynn, so much, giving so much heart and love back, and thank you so for passing that story on, and from motherhood to violence to cowbells to just, it took us with you the entire time. And I'm so glad that we weren't scared from Miss Mary's glare, that we stayed there long enough to listen to that story. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for joining us. We finished the portion of our storyteller session today, and we ended a little bit early, so you get a nice little bit of a longer break before we reconvene again at 2:30 today. I would like to thank Kim, Laura D, Arthuretta, Clementine, Sheila, Laura P, and Lynn for today, this morning, and for Jack and Jessica for helping with our sharing the stories with you. When you get an opportunity, please continue to visit our webpage, learn about the storytellers, reach out to them, learn about the Emcees and our festival. And by all means, enjoy your afternoon. We will see you very soon at 2:30. Thank you.
And away we'll go. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Katie Knutson, and I am your host for this section. I am a professional storyteller and teaching artist based in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I am also the current chair of the National Storytelling Network. And I am not somebody who usually wears a bright, bold lip color like this. But when I was getting ready, I saw it, and it is called Power. I don't know if you can read that on there, but I thought, what would be more perfect for this festival than something that's called Power? Because I cannot imagine anything more powerful than this many incredible women coming together to share their truths wrapped in story. Whether that truth is wisdom that's been passed down from generation to generation, or your own personal truth that you're sharing, or a literary tale or original fiction, there is something magical that's happening this weekend. And it is not done yet. We have an incredible lineup of 7 different storytelling powerhouses in this show. So I'm going to say, I'm not going to tell you everything about these storytellers. They have bios on the Better Said Than Done website. I'm sure you have been scrolling through it this entire weekend, finding out more about each teller. And I encourage you to keep doing that to find out more about all of the tellers, the MCs, and the festival itself. So it's my pleasure to introduce to you our very first storyteller. Mo Reynolds does quite a bit of work with Humanities Montana, which is a grant program that brings the arts to rural communities in Montana. In these workshops, she blends personal narrative with folk and fairy tales, and then guides students through the process of finding their own stories in the fairy tales they've grown up hearing. You can learn more about Mo at moreynolds.com and find her podcast, Stories with Mo, wherever you listen to podcasts. Please welcome Mo Reynolds.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I love the silent applause. And I am always a fan of red lipstick. So I love it, Katie. Rock it. I just found out, I was curious because Katie told me the name of her lipstick. And so I looked up my lipstick, and it's called The Best. So we have the best power right here in this broadcast. So so grateful to be here and part of such a fantastic lineup of storytellers. Nen nen korori o korori o. Nen nen korori o korori o. Many, many years ago in ancient Japan, there was a lord who owned thousands and thousands of acres of land and brought in lots and lots of money in taxes. But he wanted more. He was always trying to find out how he could get more. And one night he sat at the dinner table with his family, pondering this problem, and his eyes landed on his grandmother across the table from him. And he sort of shivered with disgust as he saw soup dribbling down her chin, and he watched his servant wipe the soup from his grandmother's chin and ladle another spoonful of soup into her mouth. And then he knew what he could do. He thought about all of the peasants on his land that were all taking care of their grandmothers and grandfathers, wiping chins, ladling soup, feeding people that could not work or earn for themselves. And how much could these people do and earn and spend if they no longer had to care for their old? And so the law was written. He sent it out to all of his people that their grandmothers and their grandfathers, once they were too old to take care of themselves, had to be carried to the top of the mountain on the outskirts of the village. And he led the way by obeying the law. He walked right next to his servant who was carrying his grandmother up to the top of the mountain. And he even shed a tear as he said goodbye to his grandmother and left her there to fend for herself. It wasn't an easy law to keep for him. And it was even harder for the people. They loved their grandmothers, they loved their grandfathers, but what the Lord said must be done. And so they carried their old up the mountains. And over time, the law got easier to keep. because they weren't wiping chins or ladling soup. They had more time, they had more money, they could work more, spend more, and pay more taxes. In time, the law became less painful. But there was one young man who dreaded obeying this law. He was the only son, and he had been born when his parents were rather late on in the years, and his mother had died some years ago, and so it was just him and his elderly father. And he watched his father growing weaker, but he thought to himself, I don't have to go to the mountain yet. I mean, he can still work in the fields. But when his father grew too weak to plow or shovel or hoe, he thought to himself, it's not time yet, it's fine, it's fine. He can still go fishing. But then when his hands grew too weak and feeble and shaky to thread the line through the hooks, he thought to himself, it's fine, it's not time yet to go to the mountain. He can still feed himself. And then the night came where he sat across from his father, and his father's hands were shaking so violently that he couldn't get the bowl of soup to his mouth without sloshing it all over the table and himself. And so the son came around to his father, and he wiped his chin, and he ladled the soup into his mouth. And he knew it was time to go up the mountain. I recently had my own mountain experience with my father. If you've been listening to stories over the weekend, you've learned and heard that my father left my mother when I was 19. He remarried a much younger woman, and while there was forgiveness in place, it was still sort of a distant and estranged relationship with, I would send birthday cards and Father's Day cards, and I was calling him once a month. And over the last year or so, I noticed that when I would call him, he would tell the same jokes every time. And I didn't know if that was memory loss or just that he didn't really quite know how to interact with me anymore. But then we got a call from his neighbor expressing a lot of concern for his living situation. He had divorced his second wife, and after some digging and looking around, my sisters and I discovered that she had been stealing money from my dad, hand over fist. And he was living almost like an animal in his home, alone, with no money, and she had taken things away from the house, and his memory was really, really bad. So we did a video visit with his doctor, and we did a Skype visit over the internet, and we learned, the doctor told us that it was no longer safe for my dad to live alone. Well, right next to where we live in Montana, there's a little house, and it's sort of an assisted living facility for people with memory problems. And they said that he could bring his dog. His little dog, Jessie, was all my dad lived for. And no home nearby him would let him bring Jessie, but the little house next to us would. And so my husband and I found ourselves on a plane flying to North Carolina to pack up my dad and bring him to Montana. And he was excited, as much of it as he could understand. He was actually on board with this adventure. And so we had to explain that he could only take a few things from his house to put into his new house in Montana. And he was okay with that. He picked a picture that depicted the Vietnam Wall and the vets. My dad served 2 tours in Vietnam and was a lifetime Army man. And though he didn't know that I was his daughter, he did know he was a soldier in Vietnam. And so that picture needed to come. And then he picked another, it was a cross-stitch pattern of crossed cannons. It's the symbol of field artillery. And that's what he worked in the Army. And he took it off the wall and he said, I'd like this. He said, I don't know if you know this or not, but I was married to a woman once and it didn't work out, but she made this for me. And I said, I know, Dad, that was my mom. Her name is Lucretia. That was my mom. And his eyes got big and he said, that was your mom? Are you going to hold that against me? And I smiled and said, not anymore, Dad. We're good. And I continued to help him pack. And once in a while, I would see glimpses of my witty, funny, storytelling father. And some friends came by to say goodbye to him. And it was clear he had no memory of who they were. And one man came up and shook his hand and said, well, it's been a pleasure and an honor to know you, sir. And my dad, his brain could not grasp who this person was. So he smiled and he said, well, you're right. But the hardest farewell was when my dad had to say goodbye to the 10 2-liter bottles of Mountain Dew that he had on his kitchen table. He asked my husband and I over and over, can I take these on the plane? And over we said no. Finally, after about 10 times, he believed us. And so he lovingly tapped each cap of the Mountain Dew bottles and said, well, goodbye, ladies. It's been nice. And finally, he was ready to go. The young man woke up the next morning and got his father ready to go. He put him in his cleanest, nicest clothes. They ate breakfast and they held hands as they walked together to the foot of the mountain. And then the young man sort of crouched over and helped his father climb onto his back. And they began to walk up the mountain. Now the old man, he knew the law. He knew where he was going, but he didn't fight or fuss or cry. He simply draped his arms around his son's neck and he sang to him, Nen nen korori o korori o, nen nen korori o korori o. For that was the song his grandmother sang to him. For that was the song her grandmother had sung to her. And the path got steeper and more narrow. And then the young man felt his father reach up and break a branch to the right, and then break a branch to the left, and then again to the right. And he stopped and he turned over his shoulder and he said, Father, what are you doing? And the old man said, I'm marking the path home. And the young man said, Father, you know where we're going. You know that you won't be coming home. And the old man simply patted his son on the shoulder and said, I know, but you will. And I don't want you to get lost. And the young man's eyes filled with tears and he straightened up and then he turned around and he began to walk back down the mountain with his father on his back. We had my dad all packed. We got to the airport in plenty of time. My husband, as a therapist, he was able to help my dad fill out the paperwork for his dog to be an emotional support animal, which he definitely was. And the vet gave me some sedatives to use on the dog. I thought about using them on my dad, but I didn't. So you can stop judging me. We got to the airport. Everyone was so kind and so understanding, so helpful with my dad. And we got there, we were at the gate in plenty of time. And then my dad, of course, had to go to the bathroom. So I thought this would be a good time to use the moving walkways. So we got on the moving walkway and my dad was like a toddler. He opened his eyes and he was like, this is amazing. I'm not even moving my legs. And look at us, we're just zooming along. It's like, I know. So we got to the end and he said, let's do that again. And so we did. We did the moving walkway at the Raleigh-Durham airport at least 10 times. And then he remembered that he still had to go to the bathroom. This is where my husband took over. So my husband took him into the bathroom. My dad went to the bathroom and then he came out and my husband said he watched him try to get the sink to come on. And my dad banged it and he twisted it and he pulled it and he couldn't get the water to come out. He was so frustrated. And so Damon, my husband, just waved his hand in front of the little black rectangle and water gushed forth. And my dad looked at him and said, that is amazing. Will you look at that? And then he just waved his hand back and forth in front of the black rectangle, bringing forth water as much as he wanted. Eventually we made it to the plane. And he was a champ. And Jesse was a champ. And the flight attendants were so thoughtful, so kind. And my dad traveled really, really well. But it was a long, long day. And we didn't get into Kalispell, Montana until about 11:30 at night. And we lived about an hour from the airport. And so by the time we got to our house, it was after midnight. And we had told my dad many times, okay, we can't move into your new house when we get there because it's going to be late. So you're going to spend the night at our house and then we'll move you in. But when he got to our house and he saw a bed made up for him on the couch, his tired brain lost it. I mean, it had been a long day for a very tired mind. And he started panicking and he started getting angry. Where's my room? I want to go home. This isn't what I wanted. Where's my money? Someone took my money and you said I was going to have my own house. This isn't what I wanted. I don't want to live on your couch. Where's my room? I want to go home. And his legs started shaking and he couldn't walk and he was panicking. Where's my dog? And finally, I sat him down at our kitchen stool and I sort of squatted so that my eyes were at his. And I said, Dad, my name is Morgan. I am your daughter. I love you. You are safe. And I am going to take care of you. And his whole body just melted. And he could sleep. The son carried his father all the way into bed. And he laid him down on his bed. But the old man sat up and panicking, he said, what are you doing? No, what are you doing? You have to take me back up the mountain. There's a law. You will go to jail. You might be killed. You have to take me back up the mountain now. And he tried to stand up and his son knelt down in front of him so his eyes were level. And he put his hands on his shoulders and he said, you are my father. I am your son. I love you. You are safe. I will take care of you. And the old man could sleep. But the young man could not, because his father was right. There was a law. And if he was found, if the people saw his father back home after they started to go to the mountain, he would be arrested. His father would be sent back up the mountain anyway. So he couldn't sleep until he had a plan. He stayed up until he had a plan. And then he worked until the plan was finished. Before sunrise, he gently woke up his father and he said, Father, come, let me show you what I've done. And he walked his father out onto the porch and around to the porch where he had put in a small hidden door. And he opened the porch, and under the porch, he had created a little room. There was a bed and a shelf with some books and puzzles, and there was a chair and a little lantern. And he said, Father, before the sun comes up, I will come and get you and bring you to this room, and you'll have to stay here all day. But then after the sun sets, I will come down and get you. I'll bring you up, we'll eat dinner, and then you can sleep in your own bed and no one will know. And the father was so happy. He laid down in the bed, he took a nap, he read some books, he took another nap. And then at night, he went back upstairs and he slept in his own bed. And night after night and day after day, the plan was working. But the Lord was bored. He had plenty of money, but he was bored. So he decided to have some fun with his people. He sent out a letter that said, I have a challenge, and anyone that can meet the challenge will get this bag of gold. And the challenge was to take a piece of thread and thread it from one end of the conch shell out to the end of the other. And hundreds of people tried, and the Lord had a wonderful time watching them try. But the thread always got jammed or popped out the side. So they tried dipping it in wax, but it would still get knotted or come out the side, and no one could do it. And the Lord kept his gold and enjoyed their efforts. Well, one night, the young man and the son and his father were laughing and talking about the challenge. And the young man said, oh, imagine if we could do it. What would we do with the gold? And the old man got a twinkle in his eye and he said, son, bring me a conch shell. Bring me some wax, some string, and an ant. And so the son did. And he brought all of the supplies and his father showed him what to do. And the next morning, he tucked his father away in his secret room and went to go see the Lord. The Lord welcomed him in to have another contestant to try his hand, and he brought out the shell and the string and then the wax, and then he brought out a small little box. He took the wax and he shoved it in the side of the conch shell. And then he took the string and he took out the box and he opened the little box and he gently brought out the ant. And then he tied the string gently around the belly of the ant. And then he poked the ant through one end of the conch shell, feeding him more and more thread as the ant climbed his way towards the light and popped out the other end. And then the young man held up both ends of the thread and presented it to the Lord. The Lord clapped his hands in delight, but then he remembered he didn't really want to give away the bag of gold. And so he hesitated and he said, well, technically, the ant threaded the conch shell. So to make sure you really deserve this gold, I'm going to give you one more challenge. I want to see if you can sing a song. I'd like you to sing a song that no one else in this room can know. The young man only knew one song. So he took a deep breath and he sang it out. Nen nen korori o korori o. Nen nen korori o korori o. And when he stopped singing, the Lord was on his feet and there were tears in his eyes. And he pointed at the young man and he said, "Where did you learn that song?" For the Lord had not heard that song since his grandmother had sung it to him, for her grandmother had sung it to her. And the young man smiled and said, "My father taught it to me." And he sensed an opportunity. And so the young man continued, "That is not all my father taught to me. My father taught me how to fish. He taught me how to farm. He taught me how to whistle. And he taught me how to thread the conch shell. I tried to take him up the mountain. I did, but I couldn't. I just couldn't leave him there. And now he's hiding at my home under my porch. Please, my Lord, you can keep your gold, but just please, please let me keep my father." And the Lord smiled. And he blinked down the tears as he realized that there were far worse things that would be lost than songs if the old continued to be taken up the mountain. And so he handed the bag of gold to the young man and said, "Take this home to your father and be happy." And what the Lord says, one must do. And so the young man obeyed. My father does not know that I am his daughter, but he does know that I am someone he can trust. And I do love him because humans are complicated. And sometimes when I take him down into town to watch my youngest daughter play basketball, and he holds up his fist when she makes a basket, and he shouts out a field artillery, "Hoo-ah!" then I remember that he's still in there. And I'm so grateful that we brought him home to share our mountain. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Mo. What a wonderful and heartfelt start to this set. I think we should all by this point know that this festival is not the time or place to wear mascara. And in case you were wondering if today was safe, Mo just showed us, nope, we're still going to have the big feelings and we're going to have our hearts swell. Thank you so much, Mo, for that beautiful story. Our next teller is Jennifer Munro, and I just have to say that she is the consummate professional storyteller. Whenever I see her on Zoom, her hair is on point, her background is on point, her makeup is on point, her lighting is on point. She has been doing this well from the very, very beginning. Control, domination, sexual exploitation, wisdom, and self-discovery sound like the perfect ingredients for an adult fairy tale. And how else should a tale filled with such tasty morsels begin, but with once upon a time? Please welcome Jennifer Munro.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Katie. And thank you, Mo, for that exquisite story, so beautifully crafted and woven together. And I wish you could have seen Lynn Ford's face as she listened. I could tell she was moved very deeply by the details of that story. So, once upon a time, a prince and a princess rode off toward his kingdom where they were supposed to live happily ever after. But of course, they didn't, or at least she didn't. Oh, everything was fine at first. They always are. He was handsome, she was beautiful. They had a glorious wedding. Great care was taken that no dark curse ruined the day, and the sun even shone, which on that rain-soaked island was in itself a minor miracle. And in the beginning, the prince was mindful of the princess and visited her chambers on a somewhat regular basis, where he proved himself to be a fumbling and precipitous lover. Poor fellow. Well, he had a lot on his mind. He was the elder son, and naturally he was being groomed to take his father's place. No one could begrudge him some of the distractions that consumed his brother's time, and if drinking and carousing with his friends meant he must neglect his new bride, well, what of that? She didn't complain. It would not have done any good. Instead, she busied herself learning all she could from the queen, who ran that castle like a beautifully crafted spinning wheel. The princess was determined to run it just as smoothly, and so things continued in this manner until eventually the old king died, and obedient to the last, the queen died shortly thereafter. And so smoothly did the princess take over the running of the castle that no one seemed to notice that the old queen was dead. Well, the prince, now king, proved himself to be an efficient ruler and ruthless when occasion demanded. He squelched the uprisings that occurred within his own kingdom and vanquished marauders from across the sea. But it wasn't long before people began to whisper and complain. An heir to the throne? When will a prince be born? Is the queen barren? Well, one evening they were all gathered in the great hall at meat. They were celebrating the king's valor in recent battle. Those tables were laden with shanks of venison, rare roast beef. The red wine flowed as freely as the spilled blood of the brave soldiers who had died. The king's soldiers sat as honored guests. Now the knights exercised some decorum, but the sergeants ate noisily and gulped down the red wine with appreciative belches, and the wine made them careless and bold. One man yelled, "My lord, when will we see your bride swell with your well-planted seed?" "Hi," laughed another, "plant boldly and often." A guffaw of laughter exploded in the hall, and the king's anger, sudden and raw, pounded in his chest, for they had touched on his greatest weakness. Not wishing to invite suspicion, he resisted the urge to throttle these men. Better to defer blame. And so he rose, turned to his wife and said, "Come, madam, you heard these men. They want a prince. It is time for you to cooperate, perform your duty." A murmur of approval arose, and for a moment, the queen thought he meant right there on the table in front of his men. But then he whacked her on the rear end in an undignified manner, and another guffaw of laughter exploded and accompanied them from the hall. When they reached her chamber, their lovemaking followed its usual course. Neither removed any clothes. The king dropped his drawers, and the queen lifted her skirts obediently. And then his mouth sought hers as hungrily as the rare roast beef it had devoured moments before. The congealed fat in his beard besmirched her chin. His breath was foul and smelled of dead things. But she noted with some surprise He did not immediately ejaculate. Quickly she guided him, a quick grunt, the job was done, and the king fell from the queen, exhausted by his efforts. The queen was elated, perhaps now a babe would be born. 9 months later, to the satisfaction and delight of all, a child was born, a boy. Oh, the queen knew where her duty lay, and now that the king had got the hang of it, their coupling continued to be successful. 2 more children, both boys, were born in rapid succession. But as they grew, it became quite clear that they did not favor their father. The eldest was a tall, quiet lad who liked nothing better than to play upon his pipe. The second was a poet who preferred to capture in verse rather than duplicate the brave exploits of his father. Oh, and the third was a pigeon-chested, pale-faced wisp who was so sickly that each winter it was feared that he would not live to see the spring, but he always did. "He survives just to spite me," roared the king, who would have throttled his children had his wife not protected them so vigilantly. Well, clearly there was nothing for it but to produce more children. Pregnancies were conceived but ended before term, or the babes were born and died days after birth. And this went on for years, until at last the king's desperation to find a suitable successor translated itself into a rage that blistered the air. It roared through the hallways, a black and purple monster. It liked nothing better than to lurk in the dark shadows of the armory where his children proved themselves to be at their most incompetent. Knowing that the beast lurked in the darkness made their hands tremble. The sound of a dropped sword against stone unleashed the beast. It roared at them with shriveled claws. "You misbegotten maggots, you folly-fallen, sour-eyed, ill-beseeming fruit of my loins, can you do nothing right?" The beast did not wait for an answer, but made sure that each child received a lash from its whip-like tail in departure. The queen continued to do what she could to protect her children, but she had no real power. And above all, she must be obedient. The white dove of her love fluttered about the children, but as they grew, they became paler, and they shrank, and they shriveled, and before they shriveled to nothing, they turned their backs upon the dove and the beast, and those 3 young men were never seen at the castle again. The queen was heartbroken, and the king, at last, resigned himself to the unhappy realization that his brother, or more realistically, one of his brother's sons, all lusty lads, would inherit his kingdom at his death. His despair was the nectar upon which the beast thrived, and the queen lived in constant terror of its sting. Her only respite was when the king had battles to fight, and then she would be free to attend to the running of the castle. Already it ran smoothly, but she found innovative ways to improve it. She had devised a system of levers, pulleys, shelves that connected the kitchen to the great hall. This not only saved the legs of her servants, but ensured that the food actually reached the table good and hot. She insisted that the smithies make extra long handles on the spits so that the kitchen boys no longer roasted themselves along with the meat. And once a month, on Sundays, she sent home with every member of her household a loaf made of pure white flour. And The number of skirmishes began to grow, while a king who uses fear to extract exorbitant taxes will naturally invite insurrection. But the king, who normally relished these battles, became concerned at their increasing number. And one evening, when they were at meat in the great hall, a guard escorted a stranger into their midst. He was an old man. His brown face was crisscrossed with lines carved by the wind. He had a sharp hook nose and heavy-lidded eyes that gave him the hooded look of a merlin. Upon his back he carried a lute. The king eyed him suspiciously. "Who are you?" "Oh, my lord, some say that I am a soothsayer, a prophet, a bard, but there are others who may be closer to the truth, who say that I am merely the madman of the woods. As to who I am, I do not know, but I do have some small talent with story and song, and would be happy to regale your company in return for a meal and a bed for the night." "These are dangerous times. How do we know that you can be trusted?" "Oh, I don't suppose you can, my lord. But I am an old man. It would be a little matter to remove my head from my shoulders." Well, the answer mollified the king, and he knew that his company would need the distraction of his entertainment, and so he said, "Find a seat for him, and since you present us with a puzzle, we will call you Riddler." True to his word, when they had finished eating, Riddler entertained them with stories and songs that thrilled the king, for they were extravagant exaggerations of the king's exploits. Even the beast of the king's anger listened, coiled lazily about the king's neck. And Riddler stayed more than one night, and soon he became the king's trusted advisor. And Riddler did indeed know much. He told the king how those bands of insurrection were putting aside their differences and were joining together to form a rebellion the like of which the king had never known before. He told the king that that attack would take place within a number of days, and that he should take every available man and use the element of surprise as the only way that would secure his success. Now the queen, who was the only one who was suspicious of this stranger, and she had not tasted the sting of a beast's anger until he arrived, but she alone was suspicious. And on the day of the army's departure, she went down to the kitchen to make sure that all had been prepared and all was packed. And that's where she found Riddler. Gathered around him were the stable lads and the kitchen boys. He was telling them stories, and as she listened to the cries of delight of the children, she couldn't help but think of her own boys. Tears filled her eyes and a sigh escaped her. Riddler turned. "Madam, forgive me, I did not see you there." The children scattered. "Madam, what is it?" He took hold of her hands. The strength of his grip surprised her, translated itself into a warmth that traveled to her breast, filling it with a joy and a longing. She removed her hands, not wishing to encourage such familiarity. "You are a powerful man, Riddler. You have captivated the court, tamed the beast of my husband's anger, charmed my servants, and now I find myself falling under your spell. Wherein does your power lie?" "Oh, madam, the answer to that is so simple. few people believe it. Real power that can only find its strength in wisdom unites the separates. Faith and doubt, fear and courage, love, hate, male, female, good and evil. It is only when we acknowledge the existence of the separates within ourselves can we find the grace to forgive. And therein lies the essence of wisdom and therefore power. Riddler's words touched the Queen deeply, but she had no time to ponder them now. She was late, and it was fear and obedience that carried her up the stairs to the courtyard. The beast eyed her accusingly. "Forgive me, my lord, I was delayed. May God grant you success and bring you safely home." The king inclined his head and then turned to Riddler. "Riddler, leaving my castle with so many men, I leave it vulnerable to attack. Do you promise that all will be well?" "Sire, the grumblings that rise against you are great. You will need every available man at your side. You have my word. All will be well here." The Queen and Riddler watched the impressive retinue clatter from the courtyard. She turned to Riddler and said, "How can you be so sure that all will be well?" "I can't, madam. Did I forget to tell you that a great part of wisdom lies in the art of telling people exactly what it is they wish to know?" Well, whether his words were in jest or in earnest, she did not know, but for a while she was left in peace to attend to her duties. Until one day, a cowherd from the outlying hills came screaming into the courtyard. The women, children, and old men from the village came pouring in behind him. "Close the drawbridge! Close the drawbridge!" The Queen heard the commotion. She came running. "What on earth is the matter? Madam, we are under attack. A group from the rebellion marches against the castle." The Queen let out a wail of despair, and then she sent for Riddler. Surely he would know what to do. But Riddler had conveniently disappeared. Her first reaction was to panic, but then she remembered Riddler's words. The only emotion she felt now was fear, and so she knew she must summon courage. "Go and tell the cook to assemble all the servants in the great hall. Tell her that the Queen has need of them." Soon the hall was full of the servants. The air was buzzing with anticipation and fear. She gave instructions to each and every one, and when they learned her intentions, a great cheer went up. It didn't take them long to carry out her instructions, and they all gathered on the castle wall, and the Queen looked across the landscape, waiting for the enemy. When they appeared out of the woods, her courage failed for just a moment. "Surrender," whispered a voice. "Fight," insisted another. In her wisdom, she listened to both. "I will surrender only if I have to." And then she waited. She waited until the first row of enemy archers stepped upon the straw, and then she gave the kitchen boys orders to shoot. Their fire-tipped arrows flew into the air. Many fell short, but sufficient hit the brandy-sodden straw that burst into flames. The screams of the men as their clothes and flesh burned were horrible, and her eyes filled with tears, but then her heart hardened against them as the second row of archers released a barrage of arrows. "Take cover," roared the Queen. Metal meat platters and saucepans were lifted high, and in this way they sheltered from death that rained from the sky. When the arrows ceased, she peered out. Loose your pitchforks. The stable lads threw their pitchforks into the air. Many found their mark and many men fell, but sufficient survived. They were carrying those long wooden ladders toward the castle walls. Cook, is the fat ready? Boiled and on its way, ma'am. Rocks pelted the men from above, and then the rock throwers fell back as the boiling oil was brought forward. Let the fat fly, cried the queen, laughing at the absurdity of her words. The screams of the men were horrible, but she did not cover her ears. Their agony was hers, and she must own it. The few surviving men were hit soundly on the head with soup ladles, and soon the retreat was sounded. A great cheer went up from the Queen's ragtag army. Cook, how long will it take for you to prepare a feast? Oh, it'll be ready in the shake of a lamb's tail, ma'am. I wish you could have seen that feast. It was a wonderful sight. All the servants seated in positions of highest honor. The cook sat next to the queen. Each served the other. There was much laughter and talking. The laughter and talking subsided to a silence when Riddler appeared. It was broken by the low hissing of the servants' disapproval. Riddler ignored it. I see you triumphed, madam. Would that I could say the same for my venture. The cook brandished a chicken leg in his direction and said, aye, we triumph, no bloomin' thanks to you. But the queen silenced her. He had more of a hand in this than you will know. Find a place for him. And if Riddler's treachery was still felt, it was soon forgotten when he regaled the company with stories and songs that celebrated the Queen's ingenuity and bravery. As they sat back enjoying the surfeit of good food and fine wine, they heard a single horseman in the courtyard. They did not know it, but it was the king. He had left ahead of his army to alert the cook to make the victory feast. Now the double doors burst open and the king galloped in on his war horse. When he saw his servants sitting where his soldiers should be, he was furious. Get out! Get out, he roared. Madam, you have much to answer for. He careened around the hall, chasing the scattering servants, and would have crushed them beneath the hooves of his horse if he could. Riddler stood to speak, but the queen silenced him, and then she gathered her skirts and threw herself after the horse. She grabbed hold of the reins. My lord, for once in your life, curb your anger and listen. The beast's eyes widened in surprise. We were attacked, and your servants fought bravely. All would have been lost had it not been for them. The king turned to Riddler. Is this true? I am talking, sire. I need no one to speak on my behalf. It is true because I, the queen, say that it is true. Her words made her drunk. She continued, surrendering to the pleasure of speaking without first the careful measurement of each word. I, my lord, they fought bravely, but lest that you think it was done out of loyalty to you, let me assure you, it was not. The king's face turned from red to purple. The black beast of his anger flew up like a black shadow. The queen ignored it. No, sire, it was not done out of loyalty to you, but out of love for me, their queen. The anger and hatred that she had felt only moments before dissipated at these words, and she smiled as the gentle spirit of forgiveness flowed into the cracks and crevices they left behind. And the next word that spilled from her lips took the queen by surprise. And now, my lord, I am going to walk away from this castle and I will never return. The king snorted. You cannot. I forbid it. Oh, you may forbid it all you wish, but that is what I intend to do. And the king's anger, the beast, who could not believe the king's ears, played what it knew was the king's trump card. Very well, madam, but if you leave, you will take nothing with you, for you own nothing. Not the jewels that you wear, nor the food that you eat, not even the clothes upon your very back. Nothing. Mark my words well, lady. Oh, I mark your words very well. The realization that she did in fact own nothing bubbled up like a pure, clear spring. Since I own nothing, there is nothing to keep me here. And with trembling hands, she pulled at the ties and fastenings of her clothes, removing each layer until for the first time ever, she stood completely naked before the king, who was rendered speechless. Oh, he tried to form words. His mouth opened and closed. No words came out. There was a constriction on his throat. His lungs struggled to fill themselves with air. And then his heart burst within him, and robbed of life, he fell to the ground. The beast of his anger spun around and around until it exploded, drenching the king's body in its purple and black venom. The queen left the hall, and when she went into the courtyard, all her servants were gathered around. No one seemed to notice that she was out without clothes. They banged on metal meat platters with soup ladles. And then the queen, the cook, came forward and she said, "We heard what went on back there. You will need something, madam. Here, this is all we have." And she handed over a small leather purse that contained a few gold coins. The queen thanked her. And then a stable lad came forward. He was leading a broken down old nag. "Don't you worry, ma'am. She don't belong to him. Someone left her in the stables. She is old, but she is faithful. I take with me wealth beyond measure." The stable lad helped her mount the horse, and to his surprise, she sat astride. Her large, generous bottom fell either side of the worn saddle. Her sagging breast rested on the many folds of her generous belly. And then Riddler stepped forward and handed her his cloak. "At some point, madam, you may find you have need of this." With a smile, she took it, wrapped it around her shoulders, and then she looked at him intently and said, "Riddler, will I find my children?" "Oh, aye, madam, you will find your children and more. Oh, so very much more." And with that, she rode away and lived, if not exactly happily ever after, at least she lived.
Oh, Bravo, Jennifer. Thank you. I feel like we could spend a semester just dissecting that story and all of the wisdom in it. There were so many pieces that I thought this could be a story by itself, and this could be a story by itself, and this could be a story by itself. And to have all of that together was just such a rich experience. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Can I just say that lest that you think that I'm the wise woman who supplied those words, I am not. Those words come from T.A. Barron. And I asked him, I found those in a little book after I'd spent hours trying to be wise. And I asked him for permission for those opposites, for those separates. And then Lauren Nemi provided the grace to forgive. So I am thankful to both of them for their wisdom.
Beautiful. Thank you. And Jennifer, I feel like you also wrapped up some of our pandemic experience with the idea of, brandishing a chicken leg and letting the fat fly. I feel like that kind of sums up a good chunk of our pandemic stories. So thank you for that as well. Our next storyteller is Lynn Ford, and I know her name is all over my office because it is on both of my bookcases several times over. And if you are a storyteller who works in schools or with children, her name should be on your bookcase as well. When a group of high school students reached out on their own for Lynn Ford's advice on creative writing, Lynn figured she must have told them the right stories. What did she tell? Short personal stories and folk tales of trickery and death. And she's ready to share one with you now. Please welcome Lynn Ford.
Thank you. Thank you. And Jen, I just wanted to tell you that phrase that you used is one that we use after big family meals. When nobody can move, we just sit there and let the fat fly. I just love that story. My mother is one of the ones that doesn't like that phrase. She'll be 96 this December. A couple years ago, she had a severe kidney infection, a urinary tract infection, but we didn't know that. My mother has a lot of health issues, but her mind is very clear. Still, she ended up in the hospital, and we were called, and we were told that she was unresponsive. And I was really worried because of my mother's age and her other health issues. But when we got to the hospital, she was sitting up and she was smiling. And she said, I just didn't have anything to say. I said, what do you mean? I wasn't unresponsive. I just didn't have anything to say. I said, Mom, I don't understand. Well, she said, I was lying there with my eyes closed and they called my name a few times and I just didn't feel like saying anything. And then they said that they were afraid I might be dead. And I thought, well, maybe I am. And if I am, I guess I should keep my mouth shut. Because that's the kind of woman my mother is. And I hope that when I reach her age, if I'm blessed to reach her age, I'm the same kind of woman. This is an old story from back in the old times, about time and a half ago, about Ms. Frog and Mr. Lizard. And in those days, they would sit together at times, sit on their haunches like little puppy dogs and kind of look up toward the blue sky. That lizard with his head kind of bobbing and rocking, and Ms. Frog, eyes wide open and mouth just a grinning. In those days, they both sat on their haunches. It seemed like they had a lot in common, except for Mr. Lizard's attitude about things. He would look over at Ms. Frog and he'd say, you got the biggest eyes I've ever seen in my life. And he didn't say it as a compliment, and she could tell. And that head, biggest head I've ever seen in my life. And that belly, when you get ready to sing, biggest belly I've ever seen in my life. And when you sing, biggest mouth I've ever seen in my life. Now, you know that could make somebody emotionally disturbed. But Ms. Frog liked to keep the peace. And so she said nothing. But to make herself feel better about things, She inhaled and let her chest puff up, opened that mouth and sang her song. Great day, great day, great day, great day. And Lizard would say then, Ms. Frog, shut your big mouth and keep it shut. Well, one day they were walking along together, Ms. Frog just keeping the peace, keeping what she might say in her mind, and Lizard kind of skittering and scurrying the way he did. Ms. Frog hopping a little bit, and he'd make fun of her hopping. She just kept her mouth shut and just kept on moving while he skittered and scurried the way he did. And then they got to a place where they could see something wonderful down in a little valley. There was a fence near the road, but beyond that fence, they could see a field of green grass, lots of wildflowers growing, and all kinds of bugs buzzing and humming this way and that, tender, wonderful things to eat. And farther down, there was a pond as blue as the sky, with big lily pads and little critters creeping around the edges, more to eat good snacks. And they decided, both of them, that they wanted to be down there, to cross that field, to be near that pond. But that fence had been built very, very well. Fence dug down into the ground, and Mr. Lizard and Miss Frog, they weren't digging folks, and fence rose high, high, high in the air, and Mr. Lizard and Miss Frog, they weren't flying folks, and fence was squeezed tight, 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 tightly together, and didn't look like there was any way to get to that other side of the fence. Lizard said, I don't think we can enjoy any of that, but Miss Frog said, I think I'm gonna give it a try. Won't know unless I give it a try. And Lizard said, well, you give it a try. I'll just stay over here and see what happens. Well, Miss Frog hopped over to that fence. She hopped this way and she hopped that way, and she saw a space where the rail was not as tightly placed against the other rail. She could see a little bit through it with those big eyes, and so she kind of squeezed one little green froggy hand in there, and she inhaled, and she sang to feel better. Great day, great day, great day. And when she did, her belly going out, why, it opened that rail a little bit. And her belly coming in, but her mouth opening wide, opened that railing a little bit. And she kept on squeezing and stretching and singing and squeezing until next thing she knew, boom, she was on the other side of that fence. But that rail, it closed up tight. Well, Lizard saw that and he thought, she got through there with that big old head and that big old belly and that big mouth. I'm not nearly as big as that. I can get through there. I can see a little bit of daylight, and I'll just squeeze myself through. So Lizard walked over to the little space that he could see, and he tried to stretch one lizard hand in there and couldn't do it. He tried to stretch his lizard body, move that rail, and he couldn't do it. And he thought to himself, well, maybe it has something to do with that singing that she kept doing. So he pressed himself up against the rail, and with his head bobbing back and forth, he sang, great day, great day, great day, great. Ooh, the rail was loose. That's why it closed up again, and it started to fall toward him, then fall on him until he was flat. Now, Miss Frog on the other side could see very well, and she looked over at that rail, and she said, Mr. Lizard, you dead? And underneath the rail, Lizard said, no, but I sure am flat. And as he slid himself out from underneath that rail, he realized he was flat as if something had sat on him. Miss Frog said, well, Mr. Lizard, I wondered why you were doing what you were doing, because you see, I know that lizards could climb up one side of that fence and climb down the other side to get over here. Didn't you know that? Lizard said, well, no. And why didn't you tell me that? And Ms. Frog said, well, I just thought I'd do what you seem to expect of me. I just kept my big mouth shut. And she hopped on across that grass, getting a little meal here and there with her long tongue, got down to that pond and hopped over and rested on one of those lily pads. And Lizard, now flat, made his way away from her. He couldn't sit on his haunches anymore. No lizard can. And they all look kind of flat to this day. While the frogs down at that pond, Ms. Frog's daughters and sons and their kin, they think about the story that I just told you. And they sing, great day, great day, great day. And I hope that you'll all remember that.
Thank you so much, Lynn. What a beautiful reminder to use our own voice and speak up for ourselves and not let what the others think impact us. And I'm sure you've all seen why she is so effective in classrooms and with students. She imparts this wisdom in very easily digested pieces, and she is a pro at doing it. Thank you so much, Lynn. Our next storyteller will always have a very special place in my heart because it's like she has a place in my house. She is the reason that I have the 2 all-black cats that I have, and I will forever be grateful for introducing those sweet boys to me. Priscilla Howe is a professional storyteller, and although she's known mostly for her work with children and with puppets, she has traveled the world telling stories. She's been to 14 different countries to date performing, and she also has a huge repertoire of stories that are for adults as well, including a large collection of stories that she gathered in Bulgaria. Priscilla is a multilingual storyteller, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you Priscilla Howe.
Thank you. Thank you. I am so glad to be here. And of course, just as Katie was introducing me, my neighbor decided to do some chainsawing. Woohoo! So, I'm just gonna hope it's not too loud. Is it too loud? If it's too loud, somehow you can tell me and we'll see what I can do. Anyway.
When he's actually doing it, it is kind of loud. Do you want to wait and we'll see if he puts his chainsaw away, or do you want to try keep going?
I would like to try to keep going.
Okay,
Or,
great.
Actually, you know what? I'd like to have the next person go. I'm going to go ask him to stop.
What a concept. Great. So we'll come back to Priscilla. Thank you, Priscilla. This is what it looks like to be flexible and to have life happen around us. So I will get to introduce to you somebody who I am meeting for the first time. Bonnie Gardner, is brand new to storytelling for the stage, and she's making her debut with Better Said Than Done. She made her debut, in January of 2020, right before the live in-person shows closed down. And so she's here today to share with us. She's a former journalist, and she changed careers to work in IT, but Bonnie never lost her love for a good story. She's performed with Better Said Than Done, the Scheherazade's Project, 101 Nights, Stories for Healing, and Artists Standing Strong Together's New-ish and Good Storytellers show. When she's not at her day job, she's helping to run the Big Big World Project, which is at bigbigworld.org. It's a nonprofit that supports children in 2 different orphanages in Vietnam. She's based in Northern Virginia, like Better Said Than Done, where she can be found alternately nagging and getting up into some hijinks with her teenager. Please join me in welcoming Bonnie Gardner.
Thank you. I am so honored and thrilled to be here. So I'm standing in my front yard looking at the sign that someone put there the night before. I have my arm around my 10-year-old son, and I'm having one of those parenting dilemmas where I don't know, is it better for him to see how upset I am, or do I just want to play it cool? It's February 2017. The wind is biting. We really should go inside, but I can't move. I'm in shock. So I want to tell you a little bit about that 10-year-old. And to do that, I have to go back more than a decade before, when my husband Ray and I were in the basement of a church with a bunch of other prospective parents, and me, good student that I have always been, was taking copious notes on attachment disorder. See, when you're getting ready to adopt a child from another country, you have to take so many hours of parent education. And it's not about diaper rash or sleep schedules, although, oh my God, that would have been so helpful. No, it's about what it's going to be like to parent a child who's been in institutional or orphanage care and is coming from poverty you can't even imagine, and who may have issues. Well, the class was great. We learned a lot, but there was one issue we didn't discuss. And, when I think about it now, it just kind of blows my mind. And that's race. Specifically, what it was going to be like for those of us in that room, all of us well-intentioned white people, to be parenting kids of color. I don't know. It was 2017. It looked like there was a pretty good chance this country was going to elect its first Black president. I guess we thought we were just sliding into post-racial America. So it was really easy for me to fall prey to what people in the adoption community kind of snidely call rainbows and unicorns. And that's this belief that no matter what your kid faces, you're going to be able to fix it with love. Well, we finished the course, and a few months later, Ray and I fly off to Vietnam, and we meet this adorable toddler we name Owen. And for years, it really was rainbows and unicorns. I was head over heels in love with this little guy. We were living in this progressive little bubble. I just didn't think about race. And then Michael Brown was murdered in Ferguson, Missouri, and the Black Lives Matter movement caught fire across the country. And then the 2016 campaign rhetoric kind of went off the rails. And me, well-meaning white lady raising a kid who's not white, started to think, this is going to be a little harder than I thought it was going to be. Bye-bye rainbow, bye-bye unicorn. Which is how I came to be standing in my front yard looking at the sign that someone put there the night before. Trump had enacted the Muslim ban 2 weeks before, and the sign, it was a Trump-Pence campaign sign, but it was papered over on one side. So one side still said Trump-Pence, but on the other side, the papered over side, in black Sharpie, someone had written, ban them all. Who would do this? Who would do this to a kid? Who would do this so that when my beloved fifth grader, my Vietnamese American naturalized citizen child, opened the front door to go catch the school bus, that this would be the first thing that he saw? Ban them all. Well, what did I do? I let Owen see how upset I was. And then, because I'm a middle-aged white lady, I called the police and I went on social media. I uploaded a photo of the sign to my town's Facebook page, and immediately the comments started pouring in. Oh my God, how could this have happened? We're so sorry. It made me feel better. And then the next day, The mom of a kid in Owen's class, a woman I'd never talked to before, called me to give me her support. And that was nice. But she was also hatching a plan. That night, Owen and Ray and I were having dinner when we heard noises in the front yard. Oh God, what now? Wait a minute. It sounds like kids. So we crept to the front windows and we looked out, and our yard was full of kids. Dozens and dozens of kids from Owen's school and their parents, including the mom who'd called me that morning and put the whole thing together. And the kids had flowers and they had balloons, but most of all, they had signs. And they were putting these kid lettered signs all over our front yard. And the signs said things on them like, "You are welcome here. You belong. You are loved." It was magical. We were out in the yard and the kids were hugging Owen and I was hugging the moms, and I thought my heart would burst. And in the days that followed, our church came by and put more signs in our yard, and our mailbox started to overflow with cards from people we'd never met. And people would stop us on the sidewalk, and everyone said the same thing: "This is not who we are." Well, after a while, I started to deflect it. I mean, the Muslim ban was still going on. People were still being hurt. We were fine. But then I realized something, that it wasn't just that people wanted to comfort Owen and my family. They needed to comfort themselves. This is not who we are. Now, we never found out who left the sign, but whoever you are, you changed me. Before the sign, I thought it was pretty woke. But after the sign, good student that I've always been, I doubled down and tried to learn everything I could about systemic racism. I joined a Facebook group of adult adoptees of color who have kicked my butt as they've taught me all the mistakes that well-meaning white parents can make when they're not attuned to issues of race. I've taken classes in understanding white privilege and in de-escalation techniques. But most days, I think the only thing I've really learned is that I don't know anything. I'll never know what it's like for Owen or any person of color to make their way in this America. I make mistakes all the time, but I am determined to be the ally that my kid needs. And it's hard. Owen's 14 now. He's become really concerned about the rise in hate crimes against Asian Americans. We've had to tell him, this is who we are. But you know, in my heart, I still have rainbows and unicorns. The America that I believe in, the one that treats everyone equitably and with dignity, it is right over the horizon. It wears the faces of beautiful children holding flowers and balloons. We're not there yet, but we're going to get there. I am sure of it. I have literally seen the signs. They say, "You are welcome here. You belong. You are loved." Thank you.
Oh, Bonnie, thank you so much. You are clearly, you said you're new, but you are clearly going to have a very firm place in this community. That was an incredible story. And I think a lot of us are wrestling with, this is who we are and this is who we are. And we have to address both sides of them, just like Jennifer so eloquently put in her story, that these things are a part of who we are as a country, and that love does trump hate in the end. but it takes a lot of work to get there. Thank you so much, Bonnie, for sharing your story in such a powerful way, and for being a part of this storytelling community. You are so welcome here as well. All right. Well, Priscilla has assured me that there is no more chainsawing of ornamental grasses next door. And so I'd like to welcome back to the stage the person who obviously has a very good relationship with her neighbor, that she could just go and make that kind of a request and he'll listen. The incredible and versatile Priscilla Howe.
Thank you. Thank you. I apologize for that. And Al apologizes as well. He's still working in his yard. There may be some noise, but still. So I do want to tell you a Bulgarian folktale. I didn't think I was going to tell this story in my every weekday story time that I do for kids. You're all welcome if you want to come. I didn't think I was going to tell it because it's for older kids and adults. But I tell you what, these kids who've been coming to my story time every weekday, they love this one. They keep asking for it. And it's, well, you'll see. It's called The Never Born Maiden.
Wait, did I die?
So if you're, yeah, that's right. Okay. So The Never Born Maiden. There was a prince who knew that it was time for him to marry, but he didn't know who to marry, and so he had a fountain built. And this fountain flowed with honey and with butter. He knew that young women would come to fill their buckets and pails and cups. The first woman to come was an old, old woman. She had only one little cup, and she filled it, but it wasn't enough. So she looked around, and she found some broken crockery and some broken eggshells, and she filled those. The prince was watching, of course. And he picked up a pebble without even thinking. He picked up a pebble and he flicked it, and it broke one of the eggshells. The old woman turned to him. You, look what you've just done. Look what you've just done. I curse you here. I curse you now. You will only marry a never-born maiden. And she stomped away. Never-born maiden. He didn't know what that meant, and he didn't think about it. But he didn't feel attracted at all to any of the women who came to fill their pails and buckets at the fountain. After a while, he told his mother about the curse. Oh, she said, oh dear. Oh, you must go to the sun in the sky. For the sun in the sky looks over all of us, and the sun will tell you. The sun will know where you can find a never-born maiden. The sun will tell you. So the prince set out on his way to find the home of the sun in the sky. He traveled to the west. He traveled and traveled and traveled. Finally, he came to an old man and asked for directions. The old man said, oh, you must be in need if you've come this far. Cross this river, there's a huge field. Cross the field. In the field you will find a garden, and in the garden you will find a house. That is the house of the sun in the sky. So the prince crossed the river, he crossed the field, he went into the garden, he found the house, and he knocked on the door. An old woman answered the door. The prince said, Mother of the sun, may I come in? Oh, since you afford me this respect, you may come in, but it's dangerous. Quickly tell me why you're here. My son will be home soon. My child will be home soon, and he will be angry. He will be hungry. He will be tired, and he will burn you. So tell me quickly. So the prince explained that he was looking for a never-born maiden. Oh, I'll turn you into a needle and stick you into the back of the door, and then you must wait until my son has eaten. She had cooked 9 ovens full of bread and roasted 9 sheep, and she had 9 casks of wine for her son, who came home not long after this. He stomped into the house, the sun in the sky, stomped into the house. Mother, it stinks in here. Smells like a human being. Why does it stink in here? What is that stench? She said, my son, you're tired. You're angry. You're hungry. Sit down. Have a little bit to eat. So he ate 3 of the ovens full of bread, and he drank down 3 of the casks of wine, and he ate 3 of the roast sheep. And then he said, "Mother, still stinks in here. Why does it smell?" "Oh, have a little bit more to eat." So he had 3 more ovens full of bread, and 3 more roast sheep, and 3 more casks of wine. I do feel better, but Mother, I don't like that smell. What is it? Tell me, tell me." She said, "Oh, finish your dinner. Finish up." So he ate the last 3 ovens full of bread, and the last 3 roast sheep, and he drank down the last 3 casks of wine. Why does it smell like this? Well, she turned the prince back into a man, and he knelt before the sun in the sky. "I have come to ask if you would help me. I need to find a never-born maiden." "Well, my mother turned you into a needle and stuck you in the back of the door, which means that you showed her respect, and you just showed me respect. I will tell you. You will find a never-born maiden out in my garden. There is an apple tree with 3 golden apples. Pick one of them, take it home, open it up, and out will jump a never-born maiden. She will ask you for bread, and she will ask you for salt. You must give her these, or she will vanish. Go." The prince thanked the sun in the sky and thanked the sun's mother and went out to the garden. And there was this beautiful apple tree with 3 golden apples. He picked one. He put it in his bag. Then he picked another one. He picked a 3rd one. He took all 3 of them, and he set off out of the garden, across the field, across the river, past the old man. He said, "Thank you." He kept on going, and he thought, well, this could end badly. I was only supposed to pick one, and I picked 3. Well, maybe there's only one never-born maiden. I think I'll open one of them. And he took one apple out of his bag. He took his knife, and very gently he opened that apple up, and out jumped a beautiful, beautiful woman. She said, "Give me bread and give me salt." He said, "I have none." And she vanished. Oh dear. He kept on walking, and then he thought, well, maybe that was the only one. I think I'll open a second. So he took a second apple out, and he opened it up, and out jumped another beautiful woman, even more beautiful than the first. She said, "Give me bread and give me salt." He said, "I have none." And she vanished. So he decided to wait until he got back to his palace. He waited. He went into the palace, and he got bread, and he got salt, and he went back out to the garden. He wanted to open that apple up in the garden by the well. And he did. He opened that apple, and out jumped a woman even more beautiful than the first 2. And she said, "Give me bread and give me salt." And he did. And they looked at each other in deep devotion. And he said, shall we be married?" And she said, "Yes, yes." "Oh, I want to have a grand procession," the prince said. "I will go get the musicians." She said, but I'm afraid. I've never been out in the world before." The prince helped her up in the tree. He said, "You'll be safe up in the branches of this tree. Sit up here, and I will come back for you with the musicians. You will be safe up here." She said, "But I'm afraid." He said, "Don't worry, you'll be safe." And he went to find the musicians. While she was up in the tree, a ragged woman, not an old woman, but a ragged woman, came into the garden to fill her bucket at the well. But the tree was shining with the light of that never-born maiden. And the ragged woman saw this. She took her bucket and she put it upside down in the well. The never-born maiden called down, "I don't think that's right." Oh, you don't think that's right? "Oh, how shall I do it?" And the ragged woman turned her bucket sideways to put in the water. The never-born maiden said, "No, that doesn't look right either." "Well, won't you come down and help me?" So the never-born maiden came down from the tree, and the ragged woman asked her what she was doing up there, asked her story. The never-born maiden told as much as she knew. Oh, and he left you up in the tree? Oh, you poor thing. Come to me, let me embrace you. And the never-born maiden came close to the ragged woman, and the ragged woman put her arms around that never-born maiden and choked the life out of her. The ragged woman took the never-born maiden's golden clothes and threw that body in the well along with her old ragged clothes. And then she climbed the tree. When the prince came back, the ragged woman, dressed in the never-born maiden's clothes, came down. And the prince said, "You look different." "Oh, I've been out in the air and I've aged a little bit." "Oh, strange." They went into the palace and he introduced them to his parents, who were quite elderly. And they were married. But the king and the queen, not long after this, the king and the queen died. They did. And so the prince became the king and the ragged woman became the queen. Not long after this, the king's men came to him. They said, "We have a problem. We take the horses to the well to drink, and they are spooked by a golden fish that swims in the well. They won't drink." The king said, "Well, catch that fish and serve it to me for dinner." So they caught the fish. The cook cooked up that fish. It was so delicious. But the queen said, "I don't eat fish." She made sure that all the bones were gathered and burned, all but one. There was one bone that the king had in his fingers. He was using it as a toothpick. And he carried it into the bedchambers. And when he was done, he threw it out the window. That night, a beautiful apple tree grew up in the garden. And one branch came in the window of that bedchamber and caressed the cheek of the king. And another branch came in and hit the cheek of the queen. Every night, for 3 nights, that one branch came in and caressed the king, and the other branch came in and hit the queen, until the queen said, "I want that tree cut down and burned." She supervised. She watched to make sure it was all burned, including the root. But, oh, you know, of course, one branch got thrown under a bush. And it was under this bush when an old woman came begging at the back door of the palace with her grandson. Her grandson saw that one branch under the bush, and he took it out. It looked just like a horse. He rode it around like his little hobby horse, and he rode it all the way home, and he was done playing with it. When he was done, he threw it under the bed. The next day, when the old woman and her grandson went to the market, as they always did, out from under the bed there came the never-born maiden. She came out from under that bed, and when she came out, the whole little house lit up. Golden light shone from the never-born maiden. And she cleaned the entire little house, and then she climbed back under the bed. It happened 3 days in a row. The old woman and her grandson were amazed. On that 3rd day, the old woman was waiting. She was watching, hiding. And when the never-born maiden came out from under the bed, the old woman came in and caught her and said, thank you. You've been cleaning my house. Will you stay here and be my daughter?" And the never-born maiden agreed. She would stay. She would be the old woman's daughter and the mother of the grandson. It turned out that she was very good at spinning, and the old woman set her up in the window of this little house. When the never-born maiden sat in the window, the entire house was lit up with her light. The king was going by, and he saw this beautiful light. He saw this woman spinning in the front window of this little house. And so he decided to have a spinning bee at the palace. And he invited all of the women to come, all of the women in the entire kingdom to come and spin. And as they spun, they would sing and they would dance and they would recite poems, and some of them would tell stories. Of course, the never-born maiden was invited, and of course she went with the old woman and with the grandson. But she was off to the side spinning. The other women sang, and they danced, and they spun, and they told stories, and they recited poems. But the never-born maiden just sat quietly. The king came to her and said, won't you sing or dance or recite a poem or tell a story? I would tell a story if you bring me 2 bowls, one bowl full of seed pearls and the other bowl empty. The king called for 2 bowls to be brought, and they were set in front of the never-born maiden. She took 1 seed pearl, and she began. Once there was a king who knew that it was time for him to marry, but he did not know who he should marry. She put that seed pearl into the empty bowl and drew out another. So he had a fountain built. It flowed with honey and with butter. He knew that women would come to fill their pails and buckets and bowls. The first woman to come was an old woman. She had only a cup, and she filled it, and then she looked around. She found some broken crockery and some broken eggshells, and she filled those. The prince was watching, and without thinking, he picked up a pebble and flicked it at one of the eggshells. The never-born maiden continued the story in this way until the point at which the ragged woman had choked the life out of her. And at that, the king said, You are that never-born maiden, are you not? And he called for his guards, Stop her, stop that queen, so-called queen. And the ragged woman was stopped. She was chased out of the kingdom. And the king and the never-born maiden were married. And maybe they lived happily ever after, and maybe they didn't. But that is the story. One of the things I want to just say one quick little thing about that story. So I do tell it now to my children at story time, and they ask for it again and again. But one of the things that I love to think about in that story is the role of the Baba, the grandmother. There are these old women in that story, and they are the most powerful. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Priscilla, for sharing that delightful story. One of the beautiful things about bringing stories from other cultures outside of the, Western European canon is that we get to hear a new perspective and a new way of looking at things. And I love the way your story played with ideas of respect and trust and honesty, and wove all of that together in such a unique way. Thank you so much, Priscilla. It is always a pleasure to hear you tell stories. I also would like to say that if there are any never-born maidens out there who would like to come and rest under my bed, you are welcome to come clean my house anytime. You can spin. I'll set up a place for you in the basement. You are absolutely welcome. Just, connect with me in the chat. Our next storyteller is Vijai Nathan, and she is a comedian, storyteller, and writer who has been featured on NPR's Snap Judgment, on Invisibilia, and as well as for the Just for Laughs International Comedy Festival. If you've been watching the rest of this festival, she has already blown you away, and I am so excited to be introducing her again. On March 27th, which is really soon, she will debut her brand new show, I'm Not Racist, but at Center Stage in Reston, Virginia. socially distanced and in person. So if you are in the area, please go check it out. I'm sure you will not be disappointed. Welcome to the stage, Vijai Nathan.
We were talking about lipstick earlier, so I have red on, and this one is called Red Carpet Red. So I will treat this as a red carpet. And I want to thank all of the women who are sharing this time with me. I gotta say, earlier in the week, I was a little more stressed, but today I feel like this is, I don't know, I've never been to a quilting bee, but this feels like what this is like, where we're together and we're telling each other stories and sometimes crying and laughing. So thank you to all the other women that are here with me and sharing this stage. Okay, so my parents came to this country in 1970 from India, and they were happy to be in America, but there were certain American traditions they didn't believe in, like freedom. That was number one. My two older sisters were born in India, and I was the youngest of three. And while democracy may have raged outside of our apartment, inside of those walls, it was India circa 1950. My father was the dictator, his word law, and his opinion the absolute truth. And he gave each one of his three daughters our very own special complex. Shanti, you are the oldest. You are the most brilliant. You are the Albert Einstein of the family. But socially, you are a moron. I guess not every genius can have charm. Indu, you're the kindest, sweetest, most big-hearted girl, but totally inept. I wouldn't trust you to boil an egg. And Vijay, my pretty baby, with the longest, most beautiful, shiniest black hair. So pretty, but totally dumb. Well, you will never be a brain surgeon, but maybe one day you'll marry one. My sisters and I were like Charlie's Angels with really low self-esteem. Now, we all knew that having long hair was very important because being a good Indian girl meant that you had long, properly braided hair. My mom was very clear about it. She said, Indian men only want three things from wife, okay? First, long, properly braided hair. 2, good curry. 3, I'll tell you after you get married. And my father simply said, if you cut your hair, I'll kill you. So I took my hair very seriously because, well, frankly, I had the best hair in my entire family. Some might say I had the best hair of all the Indians in Maryland. Let's be real. I had the best hair of all the Indians in the world. It's true. When I was 5 years old, we went to India, and we were taking this trip to Tirupati, one of the most sacred temples in India. And during the long, winding car ride up the side of a mountain, my sister, Indu, kept looking at my 2 long, long braids and saying, gosh, Vijay, your hair is so pretty and so long. I'm really gonna miss it. I had no idea what she was talking about until we pulled up to the entrance of the temple. And out of the temple gates, I saw hundreds of bald men, women, and children streaming in and out. Apparently, every true Hindu comes to this temple at least once in their lives to shave their head in honor of Lord Vishnu, stripping themselves of all vanity and pride in front of God. Now, my sisters had been born in India, and they had had their heads shaved before they ever came to America. And I was born here, and no sharp object had ever come near my head. As soon as I realized what the plan was, I screamed, and then I locked myself into the car. I could see my sister on one side doing scissor motions with her hands, and my mom was on the other side begging me to get out. Finally, my mom did draw me out with a little bit of mango ice cream. And as I was eating that ice cream, my mom simply pulled one strand of hair from my head and said, Vijay, your hair is too beautiful to cut, and it would serve Vishnu much better if it stayed on your head. We'll just take this one as the offering. So I knew my hair was a blessing. And I pretty much felt that way until the 3rd grade. That is when my family moved to a new town, and I was the new kid, and that's when I met Jill Green, the richest and meanest girl in 3rd grade. Now, my first day of school outfit was, well, let me tell you about Jill's first. Okay. Jill's first day of school outfit, she wore these matching, she had on a pink polo shirt with the collar popped up, and then she had matching pink Keds. She wore Calvin Klein jeans, and she had on Bonnie Bell lip gloss, and her hair was layered and feathered. I mean, she looked like she had just stepped off the cover of 17 magazine. This was 3rd grade. Now, my first day of school outfit was a yellow baby doll dress with Winnie the Pooh on the lapel. And it had seen much better days because I'm the 3rd out of 3 girls, and my sister, 10 years older, had worn this before me. So that first day of school, as I walked back home, Jill and her crew rolled up on me, and she was all, so Vijay, what are you? Oh, well, I'm an Indian. Wow, is that like an Apache? Can you do a rain dance? No, I'm not that kind of Indian. I'm actually a really bad dancer. Whatever, Pocahontas. Gosh, your hair is so long. I bet it falls in the toilet when you poop. And from that day on, my new nickname at my new elementary school was Pocahontas Poophead. And I thought maybe my hair was not so great after all, because I started to look at all the other girls with their bangs and, you know, their pixie haircuts and their glamorous feathered layered hair. And I just wish that I was more like them, less Indian, more American. But anytime I would complain, my dad would just say, Vijay, your hair is beautiful. They're just Americans. They don't know. So over the years, I would ask again and again and fell on deaf ears. But the one thing that I loved every year was my birthday. For 2 reasons. And that was because the first reason was because I would get a new outfit. And this was my 12th birthday at this point. And I got this brand new outfit. It was this glittery purple dress that had the word pizzas on it, because we were going to be going to Chuck E. Cheese and we were going to be eating some pizzas. When I came home and I modeled it for my sister, she said, you idiot, it says pizzazz. Okay. The second reason I love my birthday was because it was the one day of the year that my mom didn't force my long hair into those 2 nerdy Pocahontas braids. I was actually allowed to wear my hair out. It was long, it was flowing. I was a preteen Indian goddess, and I knew I looked hot. I had invited all the popular girls from my class except for Jill. I knew they weren't my friends, but they would add a certain cachet to the event. I sauntered in to Chuck E. Cheese and I played a little Miss Pac-Man. I shot some skeet ball. I ate some pizza. And then I zoned in on this kiddie ride. It was a Ferris wheel for one. It was just a chair that would rotate up and down, just rotate around. That is all it did. But I couldn't resist the pull of this wheel. So I put my token in and I squeezed my pizza loving butt into that seat. The ride would go up and I could see all of Chuck E. Cheese. And when it came down, my clogs would hit the floor, and then it would go up again, and I could hear the buzz of arcade games and children laughing and the smell of cheese pizza, and it was just so peaceful. And then I felt a tug on my hair. And I looked down and I realized that my hair was getting sucked into the center of the wheel. I tried to get myself out, but there was no way that I could do it. And I got closer and closer to the center. And finally, I just screamed, hey, can somebody help? And this kid who'd been playing Space Invaders, he came over and he pulled the plug. Now I was trapped like a rat in this ride. And at this point, every birthday party had surrounded me, my entire birthday party, and then every other birthday party in Chuck E. Cheese had surrounded me. And the room was completely silent, except for my mother. And my father, he made his way through the crowd, and then he circled me a few times, inspecting all the gears and mechanisms. He was an engineer. And finally he said, look, guys, I think if we turn her head the other way around, her head will just pop right out. I couldn't take the humiliation anymore. And I said, Daddy, please, please just get me out. So he took a pair of scissors and he cut me free. Now I'm alone in the bathroom at my house, and my hair on one side is cut in rough chunks around my shoulders, and the other side is still long, still well past my butt. And I realize I am being punished. I should have shaved my head for Lord Vishnu all those years ago. I should have kept my hair braided. I should have not tried to be something that I wasn't. American. The next day, my mom took me to a place that no one in my family had ever been before, the hair cuttery. My fate was left in the hands of our stylist, Jesus. And while he was surveying the damage done to my hair, my mom comes up and she says, excuse me, Jesus, could you try to preserve the length of her hair? And I'm thinking, how the heck is he going to do that? Half of my hair is gone. But believe it or not, Jesus performed a miracle. And in the front, he gave me bangs, he gave me layers, he gave me feathers. And in the back, he left a long, velvety highway of hair. And through Jesus, I was born again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vijai. You had us laughing out loud. You have to go read some of the comments on YouTube. It is incredible. And I actually think that you and I might have had a very similar fashion sense in the 3rd and 4th grade. My 4th grade school picture is of me wearing an all pink outfit that went from head to toe. And it had pictures of cats doing each other's hair. So there was one with a blow dryer and one with like curlers and just, I don't know how anybody was a friend of mine in that grade, but you know, we managed, right? So thank you so much, Vijai, for your story and the way you wove in those universals with the very specifics about you and your experience. And it was just very, very well crafted. Thank you. Our very last storyteller is a storyteller who has been around the storytelling scene for a while. Robin Bady is a New York-based narrative artist and educator. She is very well known for her touring solo show, Nancy Drewinski and the Search for the Missing Letter. And she's one of those people that when you have her in a room, she just brightens it up. You hear her laugh, you hear her joy, and you're about to hear her story. So please welcome to the stage, Robin Bady.
Thank you, thank you, and thank you. And I just kind of laughed and cried through each of your stories, each of you fabulous women who came before me. I feel privileged to be with you. And I'd like to talk about my lipstick just briefly. I was inspired by Mo Reynolds' lipstick yesterday, and so I brought my red lipstick. It is from, well, I am from Brooklyn. It's called, the brand is Urban Decay, and the style is called Gash. And now for a story. I have had it. I tell my roommate, Jenny, when I come home at 3 a.m. from my cocktail waitress job, I just can't deal with drunks anymore. No more of their grabbing and pinching and propositioning. I have to quit. So Jenny very sensibly asks, what are you going to do? I said, I don't know. I don't have any skills. I mean, I have theater skills, of course, and I can do waitressing, but there's nothing else. 23, and that's it. Well, I'm going to go to sleep. The next morning, we'll figure this out, okay? And I go to sleep. Next morning, I wake up, and my friend Jenny is hitting me over the head with the Chicago Sun-Times. She goes, get up, get up. I know exactly what you should do. I say, you do? She goes, yeah. And she pours me a great big cup of coffee, and she opens the Sun-Times to something we don't usually look at anymore, the Help Wanted section. And she points out, there it is, the perfect thing for you. That's the job you're going to apply for. And it's not in where I would usually look, which would be among waitress jobs. Nope. It is, well, let me explain. Jenny really knew me better than I knew myself. And I had been complaining about this jobs situation for a while. And she had lived in Chicago and grown up there, and she knew the lay of the land. And this was part of it. Wanted, arts and craft counselor for the Valentine Chicago Boys Club. Woodcraft is also essential. You must be able to use large machines. Please apply here. I said, Jen, you're kidding. I don't know how to teach. I don't even like kids. Oh, she goes, oh, yes, you know how to teach, and trust me, you like kids. I said, it's on the south side. We live all the way in the north. How am I going to get there? She said, you can get there, and you want to do this. You just don't know it yet. What she didn't know is why I rejected it. You see, ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be an actress, but my dad would say, no, you want to be a teacher. I said, why? Why? I want to be an actress. And he said, well, no, you want to be a teacher because number one, they make a good living, and number two, they get a pension. There was no way I was going to be a teacher. Jenny said, trust me, you're natural. I don't have a resume. She goes, don't worry about that. I will create one for you. So a couple of days later, I've made the phone call and I'm down on the bus, hour-and-a-half ride to the south side of Chicago, where they show me a craft room, which has almost no supplies. And then they take me into a big room full of large, antiquated, rusty woodworking machines. And at the end of the interview, to my shock and dismay, they hire me. So what do I do next? Ginny gives me a crash course on how you prepare yourself for summer camp and teaching, which consists basically of going to the library and taking out all the books on arts and crafts and woodworking. And then my friend, biker and woodworker, Johnny Boy Gonzalez, goes down with me to the south side, and he fixes some of those machines, he oils them, and he says, now you be careful. If you're going to go and let any of your kids on this, somebody's got to be watching. I said, okay. So the first day comes. I take the bus all the way down an hour and a half. I go into my room, I set up. Well, I don't go into my room, I go into 2 rooms. Apparently, I have to teach 2 classes at the very same time, arts and craft and woodworking. So I set up both classes, and 5 periods, 5 classes of small boys, ages 5 to 10, walk in. And I teach them what I've prepared, and the arts and crafts and the woodworking. And well, the woodworking was simple. I just did hammer and nails and pieces of wood at first. And to my surprise, the kids listen to me, and so do the counselors. And everyone's having a great time. And they're not hurting themselves, most importantly. And every night I cram a different project for the next day. It's like, and each night I think of all these problems I have to solve. Like, how do I get to be in charge of 2 rooms at once and not lose one kid to the paste and the glue and the glitter? And on the other room, how do I not lose a kid's hands to one of those scary looking machines? But it works. But it's tiring. I just can't see myself doing this for much longer. And I begin to think, what am I going to do when this job, which was a summer job, is over? So I just keep slogging along. Keep thinking, can't think of anything. Keep thinking, can't think of anything. And then one day when the sky is overcast and everyone is kind of bored and sluggish of doing the same things over and over again, I tell them all, grab yourself a toy or a book or one of those finger projects that we started. And come on, follow me. And we go into the gym and we pull out the mats. And I tell them, just lie down, make yourself comfortable. We'll take a break. So they do. And it's very quiet. And then Roberto. Now, Roberto, okay, you're not supposed to have favorites, right? But he is my favorite. He was a kid with the most beautiful big brown eyes, and he pops up with a demand. He goes, Miss Robin, will you tell me a story? I think, oh my God, I don't know any stories, Roberto. He goes, yes, you do. I know you do. Make it up. I said, okay. And then I start with that tired, boring old opening that I swore when I became an actress I would never say anywhere. Once upon a time, and I noticed that a few of the kids stop and they start looking at me. There was a dragon who breathed fire and ice at the same time. And now everybody is stopped, whatever they were doing, whoever they were talking to turn and look at me, fascinated. And by the time I'd made it to the end of the story, something had shifted in the room, in the kids, and in me. I didn't know what I had done, but I knew that it hadn't been all that bad. And I had this horrendous thought. Maybe teaching isn't so bad after all. Yeah, because I just kicked ass. Excuse me, it was kids. I kicked tush with that story I had just told. And that's when I got hooked. I never wanted to tell my father. I didn't want to admit he was right. And in a way he wasn't. I am more of a teaching artist than a regular teacher. So I maintain that bit of dignity. Not that you teachers aren't dignified, but just for me. But that was the beginning of when I learned that teaching is every bit as noble as my father said it was, and that it's harder than I could have imagined. And you know what they say? Those who can teach. Thank you.
Bravo, Robin. Thank you so much. What a great way to end this set. And I loved your journey, hearing your journey into storytelling and into the world of teaching and this teaching artist world. I also couldn't help but think of all of the teachers out there right now who are trying to do exactly what you described in that story. And it may not be woodworking and arts and crafts at the same time, but they are teaching. I know teachers who are managing an entire classroom of kids in person and an entire classroom of kids that are learning from home virtually, and they're expected to do both at the same time. And I think anyone who can manage that is nothing but a hero, and should be like just praised and thanked, and show some love to a teacher, please, because they are miraculous human beings, even without a pandemic, but right now they are superheroes. So thank you again so much, Robin, and thank you to all of our storytellers today. We had such a wide variety of stories, from those stories from long ago and far away, and those stories of not that long ago, 3rd, 4th grade, and other times in our own lives. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And I do want to say, I'm sporting this pretty awesome t-shirt right now. And if any of you are looking at me thinking, dang, where can I get something like that? Let me tell you, you can go to the Better Said Than Done website and you can pick up some sweet swag like I'm sporting today, and it will help to benefit this festival. And so thank you to Jessica and to all of the people who are running tech for this whole time. Cindy Wish is running our tech today, so give a little shout out to her for doing such a great job. And of course, Jessica is making all of it happen and look beautiful on YouTube. So thank you to Jessica as well. Now, those of you who are watching on YouTube, you will get a short break. Step away from your screen, put your device down, go outside, breathe some air, do what you need to do to rejuvenate, because we'll be back at what is 5 o'clock Eastern time. I'm here in the Central Time Zone, so it'll be 4 o'clock here. Do your own time zone conversions, and you will need to look for a new link. This isn't one of those times when there will be a video playing. So check your master schedule for the next link, and join us back again for a wonderful conclusion to tonight's show. Thank you so much. And my name again is Katie Knutson. It's been a pleasure introducing you to all of these fabulous tellers. We'll see you later.